Live? Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for March 13, 2023. Please be advised that no public testimony is permitted during the review session. The first item up are postponements. 308-79BZ, 43 Clark Street, Brooklyn. 2019-96 through 2019-155A, Bluebell Loop, Cole Street, Staten Island. Item number 3 is 2021-63BZ, 4606 Ditmores Boulevard, Queens. Next items are decisions. Item number 4, 337-90BZ, 1415-17 East 92nd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Applicant has provided a statement clarifying that the bollards that are built in are non-movable bollards on the site. They are bolted to the ground, and the applicant has provided a maneuverability plan. And this maneuverability plan should be included in our approved set of plans. So project manager, please do put that into the package. So I make a recommendation to approve with the following conditions: that no parking shall be permitted on sidewalks. Site shall be kept clear of debris and graffiti. Trash enclosure shall be located inside the building during non-business hours, unless awaiting trash removal. Signage shall comply with C1 zoning regulations, and no repair work shall occur in the open area, sidewalk, or by the curbside and curb cut. And also, this is for the resolution to be included. This is for the resolution part. The operational plan that has been provided by the owner shall be included into the resolution. And this is regarding who is responsible for monitoring the site and keeping the site free and clear of vehicles, debris, and maintenance. So with that, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, item number 5, 129-92BZ, 150-55 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. We have to reopen this one.
Right. So as you may recall, commissioners, we were waiting for an opinion decision of DOB on a ZRD1 that the applicant was asked to submit with regards to an enclosure that the applicant has and is proposing to legalize behind the car wash area. And so far to date, we have not received that. However, the applicant is proposing to amend the plan to basically include that enclosure into the floor area, and therefore would require revising the plan. So we need to reopen it, and we will hear the case today in the SOC calendar. It will be the first item on the SOC calendar. So motion to reopen.
Motion to reopen. Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay. Maybe sticking together for them. This decision items, item number 6, 2017-147A and 2018-183A, 7112 Main Street, Queens. Excuse me.
So as you know, the appellant brought a BSA case challenging the building permit that was issued by DOB in 2016, April of 2016, for an all type 1 application. The issue at that time presented before the board was to consider appellant's argument with respect to whether the zoning lot is divided by district boundary line, the building complies with zoning requirement for open space along the southern lot line, and that the height of the building complies with the underlying zoning requirements. Board, in its initial determination, had not substantiated a basis to demonstrate that the permit is invalid and should be revoked, and issued a resolution summarizing the appellant and DOB's argument, as well as board's reasoning in reaching this conclusion. And in that resolution, the board stated that pursuant to zoning resolution, somebody's
Carla, your hand is up.
please, I'm getting an echo.
Madam Chair, I just muted everybody.
Okay, thank you. So at that time, board in its resolution had stated that pursuant to zoning resolution section 33-293, and quote, open area is provided at the subject site coincident with the right of way. And the appellant appealed that determination, claiming that the side yard on the northern side of the lot was below the curb level and was in violation of zoning resolution section 33-293. So the court remanded that case to the board to adequately address the issue of the compliance with zoning resolution section 33-293, and that for its consistency with the decision. So we had discussed this at the January hearing, and on the remand, the appellant had stated that the site lot of the commercial premise is not at curb level, and under pursuant to zoning resolution section 33-293, the side yard must be at curb level. The appellant had represented that the elevation level is 72.88 feet, which is below the curb level, as curb level range from 75.34 feet to 76.68 feet. Furthermore, the appellant states that any resolution of raising the easement side yard at curb level is not to be entertained, and any solution to address it should directly impact the building exit discharge requirements and decisions already that has been made. The property owner in opposition stated that even though the appellant division noted that the zoning resolution section 33-22 does not require disturbance of the natural grade level for compliance, and that zoning resolution section 33-293 does not include such a provision, and that it may impose a stricter requirement with respect to an open area at curb level, the property owner asserts that such a stricter requirement, regardless of applicability, is moot, as the open area required under zoning resolution section 33-293 is provided by the subject building. Most notably, I think we went through our determination at the last hearing, and I would say, what is evident in terms of the consistency in the way the drafters of the zoning resolution framed the yard, its level and open area. If you go through the zoning resolution history and various zoning resolution sections in other zoning districts, there's a consistency in the way this is applied. So I think I believe that for maximum, for all the various reasons that the drafters of the 1961 zoning resolution, because this text has not changed, it originates from the 1961, and it was to establish the criteria that would ensure light, air, open space, improve industrial standard, and for maximum compatibility and mutual protection of uses. And the requirement of yards, its level and open area along district boundary line abutting residential uses established as this criteria. And a DOP has applied its discretion in interpreting the regulations regarding the subject site, and the existing site configuration is well articulated in the appellant submission, in that it clearly says that any solution would make it impossible. And so DOP has exercised its discretion in determining how this level of yard should be analyzed based on the zoning resolution section 33-293. So that's my call on it. there is a procedural thing with regards to this, and the board needs to take at least 2 votes on this. And I would like our Deputy General Counsel to walk us through it before I say anything, because I don't want to confuse this matter.
Sure, I
Um,
can do that. Before I speak, do any of the other commissioners have anything to say on the case?
Carlos'
Is that-
hand is up. I don't know.
I'm sorry, this is Carlo. I just,
Yeah.
one thing just to point, I just want to make sure that the record is clear on the lineup. It states Mr. Ben Rachmanoff as the applicant. Is it that the Board of Standards and Appeals is the applicant in this instance?
It's a remand, yeah.
Yeah, I just, again, just for clarity in the record.
It's a remand from the court.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy General Counsel.
Okay, so as the chair stated, that there have to be 2 votes today. The first vote is whether the board chooses to uphold its underlying determination in the resolution issued in calendar cases 2017 147A and 2018 183A. In that vote, if a board member is satisfied as to how the board voted in the initial case, they can vote to uphold the determination by stating the affirmative. If not, the board member can vote in the negative as to overturn the determination. Is that part clear? Is that initial vote clear? So what just regardless of the outcome of the initial case, of the initial vote, we will have to vote to reopen the underlying case because we are issuing 2 resolutions, one on the remand, one on the one in the initial case. We'll have to reopen the initial case as well. So if the board votes to uphold its initial determination, we will reopen the underlying case. We can also close the underlying case and re-vote in it. In the initial case, the vote was unanimous with 5. If the board chooses not to uphold the underlying determination, the board's resolution, we will have to reopen the case anyway, and we'll have to reschedule. We have to schedule the case for future hearings and submissions consistent with this outcome.
So then I should make a motion to vote on the remand case.
Yes, first, whether
First.
or not to uphold it or to overturn it.
Yeah. Okay.
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 Okay, so do you want me to call it now? So this
Yeah.
is a motion to accept the remand. I mean, this is the remand.
Yes.
Okay, so Chair Shanda,
Yeah. Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
On a motion to uphold, yes. Yeah, I believe this is the way it should be stated. This is a motion to
To uphold
uphold the previous decision.
resolution.
Okay.
Yes.
So, all right, I'm being lazy. Motion to approve the previous resolution.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
And just to clarify, that wasn't being lazy. It was very confusing.
Okay.
It
Fine.
is.
It's Monday morning after daylight saving. Yes. All
This
goes.
is the first time we vote in the same case twice.
All
So,
right.
Madam Chair, I believe now we're going to vote to reopen the original.
Yes. Tony, if you could call out the calendar numbers. We're just
Okay.
reopening that case.
okay, so the calendar numbers again are 2017 147A and 2018 183A, 7112 Main Street. So this is a motion to reopen, correct, Council?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Motion to reopen.
Chair
So motion-
Shanda, oh, sorry,
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Motion to reopen the original resolution.
Chair Shanda,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
There are
And
2 more. You have to close it again,
we have to
Okay.
close.
and then we have to vote we have to make a motion to grant.
okay. So this is a motion to close the original case, correct?
Right.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
And now the motion to grant.
Yes, this is to grant
In-
Mr. Rachmaninoff's appeal.
Chair Shanda,
No.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No.
Commissioner Sheta,
No.
Commissioner Yoon.
No.
Okay, that's denial. Okay.
Okay, thank you, board members, and to the members of the public and the applicants who are listening. The board will issue two resolutions, one on the nature of the remand, and then we reissue our underlying resolution, in this case, to clarify the issues that were brought up in the Supreme Court case. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, move on.
Yes.
Item number 7, 2021, 53 and 54A, 45 and 47 Ocean Avenue, Staten Island. I provided a DOT sign-off letter. And I don't know what you want to do with DOT. I mean, DEP submitted some
Right.
comments.
So I went through all the documents that we have. DEP in its review had indicated that it would be feasible to amend the drainage plan, and that the property owner is agreeable to a condition that the drainage plan be modified prior to obtaining a TCO. DOT issued a letter of no objection with the following comment, that quote, the proposed northerly curb cut on Ocean Avenue is within 50 feet of the Cedar Avenue and Ocean Avenue intersection, and therefore may trigger a builder's pavement plan review by DOB and DOT. So it, I think I am very, I would like to hear from the commissioners how they feel, but I feel that DEP's statement that it would be feasible to amend the drainage plan and was agreeable to a condition with the amending the drainage plan. I am very comfortable making a recommendation to approve with some conditions. Are all the commissioners okay with that? All right, I'm getting an agreement nod from everybody. And so I therefore make a motion to approve with the following conditions. That the drainage plan shall be amended and approved to the satisfaction of DEP and all other relevant agencies prior to the issuance of TCO. A draft builder's pavement plan shall be provided to DOB and DOT for review and approval prior to the final approval from DOB, and improvements to the streets per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. And this is a note in our resolution regarding the abutting zoning lots. DOB shall be responsible for reviewing any parking issues at the subject site and abutting zoning lots that may be affected by this GCL. We are not taking any determination on that. I just want to be very clear on record. With that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application has been granted. Item number 8, 2021 57A, 1990 Holland Boulevard, Staten Island. The most recent DOT letter has requested denial of this application due to a capital project.
Right, so this was after several, I would say months and even over a year of back and forth with DOT and DOT's comments that the applicant has been responding to. We have now received, as of Friday, a letter of denial from DOT. And DOT states that because the site is within the limit of a DEP proposed sanitary and storm sewer capital project and DOT roadway reconstruction project located on Jefferson Avenue, M1BBNC05B for fiscal year 2025. The capital plan may significantly impact the site, and the applicant should contact DOT and DEP to determine further impact of the capital project on the site. Meanwhile, DEP had issued a sign-off on this application back in June of 2022, and the letter states that there are existing 10-inch diameter sanitary sewer and an 8-inch diameter main in the bed of Jefferson Avenue between Highland Boulevard and Boundary Avenue. Drainage plan, New Creek sheet 8 of 12 dated 1/24/2014 show a 12-inch diameter sanitary sewer and 24-inch diameter storm sewer in the bed of Jefferson Avenue at the above reference location. So I would strongly suggest on this one that we wait for the applicant to circle back and give them an opportunity to respond to DOT's comments and follow up with DOT and understand the nature of the capital plan, how it would impact their development. And based on that, we may have to reopen the case. So I would recommend that we defer this decision. Is that okay with all the commissioners? Everybody shaking their head in agreement. So this it's being deferred with possible reopening.
Okay. Item number 9, 2022-2A, 728 Court Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm scrolling through my notes.
Mhm.
A revised plan has been provided incorporating all the fire department notes. And a concept plan for a builder's pavement plan also has been provided. While we have not received an official DEP sign-off of the outstanding issue is the amended drainage plan. And what I would say is that DEP has reviewed this proposed project and had submitted comments to the applicant on 4 separate occasions from April 28 all the way till October of 26, 2022. And oops, very strange, my computer is jumping. The final comments from the agency stated that the applicant would need to submit an amended drainage plan as part of the permitting process. These comments were communicated to the applicant who has agreed that the submission of the amended drainage plan would be a condition of the approval of this grant. The drainage plan, therefore, shall be amended and approved to the satisfaction of DEP and all the other relevant agencies prior to the issuance of a TCO. And so with that, I am comfortable making a recommendation to approve with conditions. Are all the commissioners in agreement with me on that? Okay, I'm seeing everybody nodding in agreement. So I am going to make a recommendation to approve with following conditions. There are several conditions and I'm going to read it out for the record. So please bear with me. First of all, conditions that we received from fire department. Fire hydrant within 100 feet from fire department connection. Fire hydrant every 250 feet along the building frontage. No standing sign shall be erected at both corners at the intersection of Bryan Street and Court Street to allow for uninterrupted fire apparatus access onto Court Street. No standing signs on the dead end of Court Street and 100 feet from dead end of Court Street. Sidewalks at the dead end of Court Street shall be mountable curbs as per DOT standards. Unless otherwise approved by fire department, it shall be unlawful to install any above ground flammable and combustible liquid storage tank indoors unless compliant with section 42-27 of the zoning resolution and all other applicable laws, rules, and regulations. Store flammable liquids in basements, cellars, or other areas below grade. Use of transport containers as stationary storage tank. To permit the dispensing and mixing of any flammable and combustible liquids on the premises, to permit fleet fueling operations at these premises. Application shall be filed with the Fire Department Bureau of Fire Prevention for review by the Bureau of Operations, City Planning Unit for review, access, and hydrant location. With regards to DOT, the applicant shall submit a builder's pavement plan and all required drawings as per New York City DOT specification and requirements for New York City DOT review and approval. And I would add, any improvements to the street per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. With regards to the DEP, as I stated, DEP, the applicant has agreed to a conditional approval of this grant, and that the drainage plan shall be amended and approved to the satisfaction of DEP and all other relevant agencies prior to the issuance of TCO. Furthermore, Chapter 13, Section 123 of SECRA Technical Manual states in part, quote, that connecting to the city sewer system requires certification from DEP as part of the building permit process. This approval is not a discretionary action subject to environmental review. In this process, before a building permit may be issued, house or site connection proposals must be certified for sewer availability by DEP, end quote. So with that, make a recommendation to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application has been granted. Item number 10, 23315BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through my notes. We have received a SECRA sign-off. The applicant has submitted revised plans reflecting the comments related to open space, noise, transportation, and hazmat. And so with that, I make a motion to approve with following conditions. With regards to noise, the mechanical systems associated with the proposed project would be designed with enclosures where necessary to meet all applicable noise regulations. The building shall provide a minimum attenuation of 28 dBA for residential or community facility use on floors 1 through 4 facing Vernon Boulevard. With regards to transportation, the applicant shall submit a builder's pavement plan and all required all required drawings as per New York City DOT specifications and requirements for New York City DOT review and approval. And I would add that improvements to the streets per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. New York City DOT will participate in the review process relating to all future modifications to geometric alignment, sidewalk, curb cuts, pedestrian ramps, open space, and signage. The applicant shall coordinate with the Queensborough engineer regarding the implementation of new parking regulations, signs, at least 3 months prior to usage of the proposed curb cut. All curb cuts and sidewalk improvements shall require DOT review and approval post BSA approval. With regards to hazmat, a professional engineer certified remedial closure report will be submitted to DEP for review and approval for the proposed project as it pertains to Block 26, Lot 8. An environmental easement on the site requires that New York State DEC approve the site management plan for this property, be adhered to, and institutional and engineering controls were incorporated into the site remedy to ensure protection of public health and the environment as it pertains to Block 26, Lot 4. All future site activities and remediations shall be conducted pursuant to state and city regulatory controls and in accordance with the site management plan and requirements of the environmental easement. With regards to open space, north landscape area, which is shown for illustrative purposes on the plans, will comply with the requirements for City Planning Commission Chair certification for waterfront public access and visual corridor pursuant to zoning resolution section 62-81. And the south landscape area, which also is shown for illustrative purposes on the plan, will be designed and constructed with pathways, seating and planting and permeable areas. Signage shall be installed to state that the landscape area will be open to public from dawn to dusk. With that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Sorry, it's granted. Item number 10. I'm sorry, did we just do that one? Yes, we did. Sorry. Item number 11, 2019-264BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. The applicant has revised the plan, added environmental notes that there will be no rooftop play area. A note regarding proposed changes to be, there are some notes in the drawing which says proposed changes to be removed on the plan. I mean, it is very confusing, and the final plan to be approved by BSA. I mean, this is not something that should be included in the BSA's for BSA to approve as part of the final drawings. This needs to be removed. Also, we have not received an e-designation note, and that has not been added to the plan yet. A
We're
letter
also
has
waiting for air quality.
Right, we're also waiting for air quality. A letter has been sent to the community board to extend the existing curb cut signage of no standing during school days in front of the school. It would be, the proposal is to extend it by another 40 feet. The applicant will also have to close the existing curb cut, and it will have to be restored to the full height of the curb and sidewalk, and a DOT commitment letter has been provided to that effect. The programmatic needs study on page 65 still states that there will be recreation area on the rooftop. That needs to be revised. So as stated, we have outstanding air quality, noise, and we need to defer, and DOT. So we need to defer this until we have all this necessary sign off. And based on that, all the plans and relevant documents need to be revised. And please remove all of these statements to be removed on something like that, because that's not what would be in the final plan. Show what is existing, show what's to be demolished, show what is to be proposed. But don't put those documents, it really confuses it. So this will have to be deferred.
Okay. Item number 12, 2021-38BZ, 707 Shepherd Avenue, Brooklyn.
All right. A revised as of right 1 family and 2 family layout has been provided, and the proposed plan has been revised with a planting calculation pursuant to zoning resolution section ZR 23-451. So I would make a recommendation to approve, and I want to add a note to the resolution that BSA is not waiving any planting requirement pursuant to zoning resolution 23-451. Because while it looks okay to me, I'm not quite sure the way the calculation has been done is the way the zoning resolution interprets it. So I just to err on the safety side, I want that note to be added into the resolution. Motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted.
Chair,
Yes,
is it better if they modify the plan and add this note to the plans? Usually people do not go through the zoning resolution.
that
If
would
it's,
be better. That would be better to add that note also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, the BSA not waiving planting?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you want that revised? Okay, I thought it was, but okay.
I don't think the plan states that. If it does, then they don't need to, but I don't recall seeing it.
What I submitted on Friday. Okay.
What's the case number? Let me
I
just,
didn't see something similar too.
2021-38. Plans with revised clouds. No, it just shows the calculation, but I just kind of, just to be abundantly cautious, I want to have that, that's why I stated in the resolution, if that can be added to sheet A002A00.
A002A.
A,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just looking to see. All right, just make sure. Okay,
yeah, I don't see it.
No, it's just calculations.
Yeah,
I'm looking
Okay.
at it.
okay.
all right.
It's not working. Okay, let me, 1 second. Item number, where are we? Item number 13, 2021 40BZ 157 West 24th Street, Manhattan.
Yes, we're still waiting for a secret sign off, so it needs to be deferred.
Okay, item number 14, 2021 69BZ 240-10 Merrick Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. 1 second. We received a DOT sign off with conditions. DOT notes have been added to the plans. So I make a recommendation to approve with the following conditions. DOT related ones are access to the site shall be consolidated and improved through one right-in, right-out driveway along Merrick Boulevard. All other existing curb cuts along the site street frontages shall be closed through reconstruction as at full height curb, as full height curb and sidewalk. I would also add that improvements to the street per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. The applicant is required to submit a builder's pavement plan and all the required drawings as per New York City DOT specifications and requirements for New York City DOT review and approval. And what I stated earlier follows that statement, which is improvements to the street per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. And under no circumstances shall motor vehicle queues be allowed to spill back onto Merrick Boulevard, including blockage of the sidewalk because of the operational and safety concerns. If this condition fails to be met during operation of the site, a New York City DOT will take action with BSA and New York City Department of Buildings to revoke approvals of the drive-through window and or the curb cut. New York City DOT will participate in the review process, relating to all future modifications to geometric alignment, sidewalk, curb cuts, and pedestrian ramps. The applicant will be responsible for all costs associated with the design and installation of all the proposed modifications. So with that, make a motion to approve.
Do we have the DEP?
DP on this one was not required. It was DOT.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we have the final DOT sign off, February 6th.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
saw
type
that.
2. This was a type 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Excuse me, too much paper. Okay, item number 15, 2022-27 BZ 101 East 150th Street, the Bronx.
All right. So I want to thank Ms. Prenga and Ms. Benke and everybody involved in getting this project through in such quick succession. This was a pretty complex project, and the team did a really fantastic job of pulling this together. So we have received the revised statement of facts, plans, student site safety, access study, and DOT and New York City Transit commitment letter. So I make the following motion to approve with the following conditions. Transportation related are that all transportation measures as described in the final environmental assessment statement and post-approval commitment letter shall be implemented with final approval of measures to be determined by the Department of Transportation and New York City Transit. Sidewalks as proposed shall remain unencumbered to DOT standards, and any changes shall return to BSA for review and approval. All curb cuts and sidewalk improvements are for illustrative purposes only and will require DOT review and approval post BSA approval. Proposed pedestrian ramps shall be constructed to DOT standard in accordance with an approved builder's pavement plan. And I would again add that any improvement to the street per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. Draft builder's pavement plan shall be provided to DOT for review and approval prior to the final approval from DOB. Transportation monitoring study will be implemented within 3 months of the opening of the school in coordination with DOT. With regards to hazmat, BSA approval is conditional on project properties participation in the brownfield cleanup program. Issuance of building permits shall be conditioned on the issuance of a letter of acceptance into the New York State DEC brownfield cleanup program and an executed brownfield cleanup agreement. Issuance of a certificate of occupancy shall be conditioned on the issuance of a certificate of completion from New York State DEC. If the project property does not complete on the approved BCP remedy and receives a certificate of completion, the applicant will be required to return to BSA for an application amendment and to submit testing results and a remedial action plan for review and approval by DEP. With regards to air quality and noise, the proposed project shall use electricity to power HVAC systems. A closed window condition and alternate means of ventilation will be provided. The proposed building shall include required window wall noise attenuation ranging from 28 to 35 OITC based on floor and facade location as approved by DEP letter dated January 31st, 2023 and described in the final EAS under secret number 22 BSA023X. So with that, make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application has been granted. Item number 16, 2022-31 BZ 337 East 64th Street, Manhattan.
Again, we were waiting for a secret sign off. We have that. Plans have been revised to include all the environmental notes. Again, I want to thank the team and the applicant also. We had actually quite a heavy hitter of applications, and in all of these cases, our team, BSA team, has been absolutely on top of it and getting and coordinating with everybody. All the city agencies, and the applicant also has worked very collaboratively with our team to get these to the final stretch. So with that, I make a motion to approve with the following conditions. With regards to air quality, the proposed project shall exclusively use natural gas or electric to power HVAC systems. If natural gas is utilized, HVAC must be fitted with a low NO nitro oxygen, I guess that's what it is, NOx, 30 ppm burner, and the HVAC stack of the proposed building shall be located at least 70 feet from the eastern lot line facing First Avenue. With regards to transportation, all curb cuts and sidewalk improvements are for illustrative purposes only and will require DOT review and approval post BSA approval. A draft builder's pavement plan shall be provided to DOT for review and approval prior to final approval from DOB. And I would say improvements to the streets per approved builder's pavement plan shall be completed prior to obtaining a TCO. The school loading zone will be installed along the entirety of the school frontage by New York State DOT. With regards to hazmat, a professional engineer will certify a closure report at the completion of all remedial activities associated with the site, including installation of a waterproofing vapor barrier system. The closure report will be submitted to DEP for review and approval. So with that, make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 17, 2022 47BZ, 2052 63rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Applicant submitted revised plan, and unfortunately, I noticed errors in this, and this will have to be deferred until the corrections are made. And the corrections are where I saw the correction, where corrections were needed, is that the the planting requirement diagram for front yard is incomplete, and the calculation needs to comply with zoning resolution section 23-451 and needs to be provided on the drawing. And I want the applicant to bring to their attention what zoning resolution section 23-451 states. It says that the front yard shall include the entire area between all street walls of the building and their prolongation and the street line. Planted area shall be comprised of any combination of grass, ground cover, shrubs, trees, or other living plant material, and shall have a minimum dimension of 1 foot, exclusive of any bounding walls. In this case, there are some stretches that look like less than 1 foot, and the measurement is basically the frontage of the building, not the lot. That is my understanding of the measurement. Also, some of the dimensions are not corresponding in the plans. Example, plan sheet 002 and 004 and the proposed plan, the dimensions are not lining up. Also, 50% retention of existing wall is per floor, not total. BSA drawing 005 needs to be revised. The site plan, I would say, is difficult to read, and we had directed the applicant to not use the survey sheet, but convert that into a site plan, because now we have 2 different kinds of graphics, and the dimensions, the string dimensions that's been added by the architect are not at all legible. They're being, it's very difficult to read it. So the it just needs to be revised, all of this information. So until those are corrected, I will ask that this be deferred. And also the applicant should add a note to the planting thing, is that the board is not waiving the planting requirement of zoning resolution section 23-451. It is for DOB to review. And that note should also be added. So this will be deferred.
Okay. Move on.
Yeah,
Continued hearing items. Item number 18, 299, sorry.
we need to go back to 129-92.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It.
But we're still in review session. Oh, you still wanted to, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, continued hearing, sorry, I'm sorry. 12992 BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway.
because the applicant, I want this to be discussed in the review session because I have comments and I would like the applicant to respond to it during the hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
The applicant is proceeding to amend the previously approved plan to increase the floor area and to legalize the enlargement of the enclosed area under the canopy located at the rear of the lot abutting the automotive car wash building. The proposed enlargement would be about 460 square feet, and it would be still less than the maximum permitted FAR of 1.0. SOC forms, the plans and the zoning analysis chart while has been revised. However, the DOB objection sheet that has been provided is not correct. A revised DOB objection needs to be submitted for the amendment to floor area. Also, the fee for the amendment, the BSA application fee, needs to be paid prior to any decision that the board makes. Revised statement of facts, page 5. The statement made for the landscaping should be modified. The initial paragraph is about landscaping that is located on the abutting lots. The intent of the required landscaping is to provide the landscaping on the subject site for buffering. So it could be stated that though no landscaping is provided on the site, the abutting lots are located at a higher elevation and have landscaping buffering landscaping buffer abutting the subject lot. So the reason I'm being very picky about it is because just because abutting lots have buffering should not therefore be a reason for the subject site not to provide buffering. And that's not how the board evaluates it. So that's why I want to correct that. And so that there is no misrepresentation or confusion going forward with any such application. Okay. So let's go back to our regular SOC calendar. I'm sorry. My bad. Commissioners, do you have any comments? Vice Chair Shibata, you have any comments on this? Commissioner Otley Brown?
I just wanted to say that they did revisit the findings. However, I would say that their findings are very kind of shallow. They're not that filled in. And even, I figure basically, ordinarily, rather, I would raise an objection because they are not giving us detailed financial information. But in this case, I really do think that this is a de minimis addition because it isn't even fully enclosed. It's almost just like we're asking them to do a belt and suspenders, just in case it's considered extra floor area. But for those reasons and for those reasons only, if it's okay with you, I would be willing to just accept a very basic narrative about the findings that they have submitted. And so I'm not going to push this any further myself.
I agree with you. Yeah. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I recall from this case is the corrugated sheet metal construction of that portion in the rear. Are we going to ask them to modify the construction to jive with the the way it looks?
I think that if I seem to recall from a previous thing, we did not raise an issue. They provided a neighborhood character study and also letter of support from the two abutting commercial uses that face the corrugated, and they were fine with the existing treatment, and so I did not have any issues with it.
Oh, I didn't see these letters. If we have these letters, then I'm
They,
fine with it.
yeah, we did receive those letters. I think this was a submission made in July 20. We received 3 letters of support from the residents and from the businesses to adjacent commercial occupants, Northeast District Council of OPC MIA and Whitestone Property Associate, saying that they had no objection to the existing corrugated metal fence or had issues with the operation.
I'm fine with it then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the regular calendar.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Item number 18, 29999 BZ, 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn.
Sorry, I am taking my notes as I'm writing this, so just bear with me. The application was last heard on January 9th. In response to the comments, the applicant had submitted a U-Haul operational plan, stating what was stated at the review session at the public hearing of January 9th. This plan should be included in the resolution. Also, the plans have been revised, though I would say minimally, and does not reflect much of the comments the board directed the applicant to do. And also the notes, like stating bollards have been, bollards will be placed. The bollards are already in place along DeKalb Avenue. Vacuum machine has already been removed. So those notes on future plans should be removed. The questions that the board had at the last hearing, and I strongly recommend the applicant and its team go back and review the January 9th hearing. I went through it. Is the parking space number 4 or 1? Is it a handicap accessible space? And if so, it needs to be marked and the plan needs to reflect that. The plan does not. Why are you installing a van accessible sign along the parking area that is going to be used for automotive repair or vehicles just parking, not the U-Haul portion? Since the site is in a C2 zone, a note should be added to the plan sheet that the signage on the subject zoning lot must comply with the underlying zoning regulations and must be reviewed and approved by DOT. BSA takes no position on this. And I think some of these notes and comments that I'm going to state is missing from this because many of these were stated before the current council joined the team. So you need to go back to some of the earlier discussions and go through our discussions and hear what the comments are. Lighting note needs to be added to the plan as stated in the January 9th hearing. At the last hearing, while the board agreed that the landscaping along the residential building wall may not be possible, but continue to provide landscaping along the remaining portion of the rear lot line abutting residential use. Also, when the architect stated that the rear portion of the lot is to be used for vehicular maneuverability, the board, based on that information, had asked that planting be provided for buffer along the rear of the lot line. The choice between landscaping and chain link fence was not provided by the board. I'm not sure why the applicant thought I did go through the hearing. The architect did initially state that it would be, have not decided whether it would be landscaping or a chain link fence. But once we heard that there will be vehicular maneuverability done along the rear lot line, a buffering had to be provided. And that I clearly remember stating it because I have it in my note. So therefore, at that meeting, we had asked the applicant provide a dimension of the landscape area beyond the building and the rear lot line, and a minimum 6-foot high opaque fence with landscaping be provided. As part of 4/20/2022 submission, a trash enclosure was proposed with an 8-foot high cedar picket enclosure with fiberglass roof panel above it. The revised plan does not provide an enclosure as stated in the earlier hearings. The board had asked that it be provided. At a minimum, it needs to be enclosed from all 4 sides, and because otherwise the trash enclosure, the trash bin will be located all over the site, and it would be in the way of vehicular maneuverability in the rear, or it may even be moving out of the building and will not be located in the rear lot line. So for all those reasons, the trash enclosure needs to be enclosed. Allowing the U-Haul operation on the site is a significant ask, and the modified site improvement that are being asked by the board is the least the applicant can provide. These are not suggestions, it's a directive. So we are approaching a warmer season. So I would recommend that the seal coating of the asphalt be done, though today I'm hearing is nor'easter, but we will be approaching very soon. So I want to ask the commissioners if the extension were to be granted for a short term, because I want to ensure that the site is operating in accordance with the operational plan that has been submitted, and all the improvements have been made and is being maintained. So I want to go through, I want to discuss it with you all individually. So let me start with Vice Chair Shibata.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair. I'm okay with that.
A short leash?
A short leash.
Okay. Now, alternative, okay, let's go through this one at a time. Let's not confuse the matter. Commissioner Otley Brown.
As to term, I agree with you that this should be a short leash.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any other comments on the submission?
Yes, I do actually. I agree with you. I think the U-Haul operation is a major ask, and in exchange for that grant that would give them the U-Haul, they should be falling over their feet to make sure that this site is pristine, and they should be trying in every way to meet all of our conditions. And the pushback on the landscaping, the pushback on the garbage enclosure, it just is not warranted. Those are not large asks. And frankly, if you can't provide an orderly place to keep your trash, and if you can't provide any kind of beautification on this site, you don't need to have the extra added use of a U-Haul operation. I think the applicant here has to give something in order to get something, and I'm not seeing it.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to Vice Chair Shibata. I think Vice Chair Shibata, you responded only to one of my comments. Do you have any additional comments on the application?
No, I don't. I agree with what you stated in your
Okay.
opening statement.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree that the board's been like more than flexible even with this site. The site is deviating from the previously approved condition significantly, not to mention just U-Haul, but even up to the last hearing, we were flexible discussing with them how to tweak the landscape requirements. And I recall I even gave him a chance to avoid planting next to the building by the parking spots. So the remainder of the landscaping that the board required and the applicant actually agreed to install during the last hearing, in addition to the other requirements, including the sealing of the existing pavement, the cleanness of the site, all these requirements, I believe the applicant should be very proactive and just start working on these requirements, getting them done as soon as possible. And for that reason, I actually would suggest a short leash for the extension. To like other commissioners indicated, U-Haul is a major operation, not just for the site, it's for the site and the neighborhood. And we want to make sure that if we're gonna let this go, we want to make sure that it goes peacefully and in a way that ensure that it's not imposing nonsense to the neighborhood. And that's why I believe a short leash is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated. I do want to note that, there was a pretty quick response from the applicant in December when they did remove the vacuum and, responded to previous comments. But it is unfortunate that that's not reflected in the most recent plans, as you stated, Chair. So just wanted to note that there has been responsiveness in the past, but the plans need to be updated to reflect the current status and what's proposed. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. We were pleased with that deftness that was displayed, and we wish them to carry that deftness going forward. It's in their best interest. And, I think this board has very willing to work with the applicant and understand the nature of the business and be supportive of the business to survive and succeed. But at the same time, it also needs to be respectful of the neighborhood and enhance the neighborhood visually and operationally. Okay.
Move on.
Yes.
New cases, item number 19, 34041BZ 7209 Main Street, Queens.
Sorry. I did say move on, but I cannot find the plan. Okay. So we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. Community board has voted to approve this application. This is an application to extend the term that expired on May 1st, 2022 and amend the previously approved plan for continued use of the site as a gasoline service station with accessory use. This is a triangulated full block site with 4 street frontages. BSA has had jurisdiction on this site since 1941. The applicant has provided a compliance chart and it states that the signage is not compliant with the prior board grant. The applicant is proposing an extension, requesting an extension of a 10-year term and also an amendment with regards to the signage. The prior grant limited the signage to C1 regulations. The applicant is proposing to amend the signage to legalize additional signs and legalize the air pump installed at the site. First of all, as part of the threshold, the lot area has not changed from pre-1961 grant. The applicant is not proposing to change the hours of operation or anything with regards to trash enclosure or other things. The site looks, it's in good condition. The signage, with regards to the signage, the proposed signage, it complies with the C1 regulation. So, and the changes that are being proposed. So this is a question more for our general counsel and our executive director, is when the signage do comply with the underlying regulation, does it require amending the plan? Or can we, this is a question I have procedurally. Mr. Costello.
Yes, Madam Chair. No, as long as that they're in compliance with the underlying zoning, I think reference to the C1 is typically made when you have a non-conforming use. For example, in like a commercial use in a residential district,
Mhm.
and there's a proposed change in that use, then there's a prohibition statutorily that requires the signage to comply with C1. But I think here, if it's complying with C1 and they're within the C1, then there's really nothing for us to
Okay.
opine on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think what I would suggest that the applicant put a note to this signage sheet that signage shall comply with C1 regulations. That I think that should, going forward, should give the applicant enough room to make whatever changes, provided it complies with the C1 regulations. As I stated, the overall site is in good condition, though it needs to maintain the wall, and the wall does need some painting. One of the photos submitted show vehicles being inspected on the sidewalk. Though not part of the property, the owner operator of the site should keep the grassy area along the wall clean. And the planting bed needs to be kept clean, and it also needs some sprucing. I recognize this is winter time, so we do see a lot of dead plants. So with the spring coming and summer coming, it would be a great time to kind of do some sprucing. I am otherwise very satisfied with the application. I don't have any other comments. Vice Chair Shibata?
Nothing further from me on this one.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I noticed some evergreen trees are missing from the east and the north side, and all there is grass. It is well kept, but it would be great if they could start replacing those trees as I guess they die.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments. One of them is on the additional photos PDF, page 26. I believe this is photo number, bear with me 1 second. 25. Page 26, photo 25. There is severe cracking in the lower portion of the enclosure wall, I believe, and it's along a sidewalk. I need a commitment from the applicant to take care of that and fix it, or a confirmation that this is not a structural concern. However, I do believe it is a structural concern because that the cracks looks very wide and it's in the lower portion. So I would suggest that they take care of that. The other comment is regarding to the prejudice. I didn't see them like addressing the prejudice. If this is not extended, what is the impact on that? Just like a sentence or so in the statement of facts.
Okay.
To explain. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner
Sorry,
Young?
Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Shida. I'm not sure if a waiver was requested warranting the statement.
No, it was not.
It was timely filed.
Oh,
Yes.
if there is no, I didn't pay attention to, there is no waiver requested. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
Dr. Shida. I just wanted to correct the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I visited the site. It is in good condition. I agree with all the comments that have been made and am otherwise satisfied with the application. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, next case. Thank you.
Item number 217286BZ 2256-10 Union Turnpike, Queens.
I'm just opening the drawings. Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. Committee board has approved with modification stating keep the office as use group 6. This is an application for an extension of term that expired on March 31st, 2022, and an amendment to the plan. This is an office building that is located on an interior lot in a residential zoning district. Board had granted a variance back in 1987 to allow a professional office building with the conditions related to hours of operations, use group, landscaping, and signage. So the applicant is proposing an extension of term and amend the plan to legalize the use of the storage space to use group 6 and landscaping plan in the rear and legalizing an existing sign. There's no change to the hours of operation. With regards to the lighting, the applicant states that the lighting is turned off when the building closes at 9 p.m. Mondays through Fridays and 6 p.m. on Saturdays. I would like the applicant to add a note to the plan stating that all light sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from the residents to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. With regards to the landscaping, the applicant is proposing to restore the landscaping in the rear yard by planting new trees. Based on the photos provided, the rear yard does need significant TLC and cleaning and improvements. So the proposed landscaping will definitely be an improvement to what the current state of the rear yard is. With regards to the signage, the BSA condition was 1.33 square foot per approved plan and 12-inch by 6-inch size of signage. The existing signage exceeds the prior grant. It is 19.65 square foot of non-illuminated sign. And I think there's a couple of other signs with a total of about 38 square foot. Now, while the zoning district is purely residential, it doesn't have a commercial overlay. C1 typically when board grants in a zoning district which doesn't have a commercial use, a C1 signage regulation is applied. And typically a C1 sign permits up to 3 times the frontage. No more than 150 square foot is permitted and 50 square foot illuminated, I'm sorry. Existing 38 square foot of non-illuminated sign and illuminated sign is not permitted by that zoning definition. However, the subject site is located across the street from a portion of the Union Turnpike that is zone C41 zoning district. And the street frontage of Union Turnpike is developed with commercial retail use. So I am okay with amending the signage requirement to 63 square foot of total non-illuminated signage only. And this is basically 3 times the frontage, which adds up to 63 square foot on this case. And overall, I noticed there was an excess banner that needs to be removed because otherwise that'll get counted towards the 63 square foot. And the landscape in the front yard also needs to be improved and spruced up. Otherwise, I'm satisfied with the application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So I found their amendment to be de minimis.
Vice Chair, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I found the amendment to be de minimis to change the storage room into office space. So it's not enough for me to warrant having to go through the findings all over again. I have no further comments on this. I'm okay with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything stated. It's a metered street. It's adjacent to a Queens library. Even though it's in a residential district, it is a very commercial frontage across the street. And having visited the site, I thought the landscaping in the front actually looked pretty good. I could use maybe some sprucing, but the rear yard does need the improvement. Otherwise, I'm satisfied with the application. I have no further comment.
Thank you. Let's go to the,
Next one. Okay,
yes,
item number 21, 8491 BZ, 2344 Eastchester Road, the Bronx.
okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and received proof of hearing notice. We do not have a community vote on this yet. I would like the applicant to inform me if they have reached out to the community board and if a date has been set. This is an application for an extension of term that expired on September 15, 2022, and an amendment to a previously approved use to convert the existing building to a medical office use group 4A. This is an interior lot. Board had granted a variance in 1992 to legalize the conversion of a two-story building with basement and an attic with residential and medical office use to a professional office use group 6B with conditions. Since then, the zoning district had changed to from R3 to an R4A. And I don't think in this case a compliance, the applicant should provide a compliance chart. I don't think a proof of continuous use is required. So the applicant is requesting an extension of term and an amendment to use group from 6B to medical office use group 4A on floors, first floor and basement, and retain use group 6B office on the second floor. The proposed use on the first floor will be a dental office, and the hours of operation would be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. So the applicant went through the findings related to the variance. The applicant represents that the proposed change in use would make the findings of the previous grant. The critical one being the neighborhood context, in my opinion, is that in the neighborhood, there are several medical practices in the proposed and the proposed change of use from office to medical at the subject site will not change the neighborhood character. The medical use is as of right use in the zoning district. However, there needs to be better buffering of the parking area in the rear from the abutting residential use. Applicant needs to clarify the rear lot line treatment. A portion of it is masonry wall and the remaining is chain link fence with slats. Chain link fence with slats is an inadequate buffer for parked vehicles abutting a residential lot, especially lot 24. Applicant needs to provide more planting along the rear lot line or provide a 6 to 8 foot high masonry wall or a residential quality opaque fence along the rear and side lot lines. Also, I noted from the photos, the metal fencing along the southern lot line, it is in need of repair. The applicant needs to indicate the location of the trash storage within the building. With regards to lighting, was not sure from the plan if any lighting is being outdoor lighting, especially along the rear lot line, if it is being provided. If so, the applicant needs to provide a lumen analysis and also a note to the plan that any light along the rear lot line, any light abutting residential lot line needs to be shielded to ensure there isn't any overspilling of light onto the residential lots. And I think we have similar language. I don't have it written in front of me right now, but the project manager can provide that language. With regards to signage, the applicant is proposing 80 square foot of total non-illuminated signage. And overall, it seems the site does need a lot of improvement, landscaping, treatment, and as I said, along the lot line, the fencing. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata?
Before you go to Vice Chair,
sure.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, can I interrupt you? Mr. Costanza Executive Director Costanza has his hand up.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. No, I just wanted to, perhaps it could be, there's some utility in just clarifying the narrative if the use is now considered it's permissible in the contextual district, then really this is almost a relinquishment of the use variance, and we're solely looking at what non-compliances perhaps remain with regards to bulk or parking or whatever it may be. I think that would be very helpful just to get that type of clarity as to, it actually sounds like it's a limiting of the scope of grant that was considered here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it is a reduced scope of the prior grant.
Yes, and then, right, the board within its discretion can consider, terms or not, if it's just bulk.
Oh, that's, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse anything. I think for clarity, it's important for the applicant just to, we're recognizing that this use is actually, it's a lessening of what was considered, because use is always more than bulk.
Right, yeah, okay. Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what you said, and especially also with the comments of the Executive Director. This is a less of use. It's less of an ask. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree that this is a minor change. I just have a question about their plans. Their attic plans on the previously approved plans said that the attic was not supposed to be used for storage, and yet these proposed plans are saying that the attic will be used for storage. And so I would love to know why that was restricted the last time, and whether or not allowing the attic to be used for storage would result in some kind of, I don't know if it's a fire safety issue or what, but I wanted to know if the applicant could fill us in on that. And also to say the garage was demolished and there are now 5 parking spaces in its place, but for the customers or the patients coming, it would be helpful for them if those spaces were striped to enable them to direct their cars in the appropriate place. And I agree with you that they should definitely replant the landscaping, because the borders on the northern rear lot lines are barren.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I totally agree with what's being said. I believe they need to put some language in the statement of facts, clarifying about the landscaping. What is the plan for reinstating that? How they gonna make sure that any negative impact on the adjacent residences are avoided with the 6 parking spaces that are going to be provided in the rear. They need to stripe that, like Commissioner Brown indicated. I'm just curious, how many parking spaces would be needed? My understanding is that the medical office is now an as of right use. So are the 6 spaces they are proposing in compliance with the zoning resolution requirements, if any, for such use? They need to clarify that in the statement of facts. And I didn't see a community board vote, by the way. Thank you.
Right. We don't know if the community board has scheduled one or not. With regards to the parking, 5 is required, 6 is proposed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. I don't have anything further to add.
Chair,
Yes,
just want to know from the project
I
manager.
Vice
can't hear
Chair,
you.
Vice Chair, the other direction.
Sorry, just want to know from the project manager whether he was satisfied with the service, initial service.
Can't hear
Could
you,
you
sir.
please repeat the first?
Whether the project manager was satisfied with initial service. I recall there was a question as to whether or not that service was satisfactory or filed correctly.
Okay. I think this was one of them where there was a Dropbox that was requested and you had to use the Dropbox to download all the initial filing. Is that?
No, this is the, there was an affidavit.
Right, there was an
Um,
affidavit that was provided. Yes, thank you.
It was an affidavit provided. We had a question about it, so we're fine. But we instructed the applicants going forward to make sure they photocopy the envelopes and anything that they send.
Okay,
Yeah.
then nothing further from me.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up, Vice Chair. Going forward, applicants, please note, we are not going to accept affidavit every time. Please do follow the procedure that the board has with regards to submitting the proof of service.
Right, if you submit certified mail, we need the receipts.
Yes, please submit the receipts. Thank you. Yeah. All right, next case.
Item number 22, 16795 BC, 12120 Springfield Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. Committee board has voted to approve the application. This is an application for an extension of term that expired on February 4th, 2022 for a continued use of repair and maintenance facilities serving the cemetery. This is a fairly large site, a through lot site. It has been under BSA jurisdiction for some time. The applicant has provided a compliance chart, and the only change is the applicant is stating is that it is proposing to change the fencing and I think some of the door swings or the door access to the area. So the applicant is proposing an extension of term and amend the site plan to reflect this existing built condition with regards to gates and fencing. There is no change proposed otherwise. The overall, I think overall the site condition is it's maintained in very good condition. I did though notice based on the photos that were provided that there were barbed wires. It should be removed, given that there are surveillance camera that are located on the site, and it's also stated in the drawings. So I would like to hear more from the applicant why additional barbed wires are needed. It's a huge site, I will grant that. But I did not have any additional comments with regards to this case. Vice Chair Shibata?
Nothing further from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
I agree with you. The site looks very clean based on the pictures, and I also would like to know if the barbed wire could be removed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I went to the site. I didn't see the barbed wire, but I do see it in the photo, so the applicant can certainly clarify. But it was in good condition, and so I have no further comments to add.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do we want to take a 10-minute break or should we continue? Commissioners, continue? Okay, everybody's saying continue. So let's go on to the appeals calendar.
Okay, appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 23, 2018-188A and 2018-189A. This is 194-28 and 194-32 Denton Avenue.
So at the last hearing, the applicant had submitted a request to withdraw GCL 36, and it was determined that we would make a motion to close GCL 36 application at this hearing. So any comments or anything from anybody? Everybody's nodding no. Should we take the vote to close at the review session, or should we take it at the public hearing?
We can do it now, right? Yeah.
Well, I think it's supposed to be public hearing because.
Yeah, procedurally,
Do it? Okay.
usually the hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 24, 2022, 36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
Okay. So the initial hearing on this application was held on January 24th. Plan has been revised as directed, and it includes DEP comments. However, DOT submitted a letter denying the application because the proposed action conflicts with the proposed BRT route that runs along Richmond Terrace in the area. The applicant has submitted a response to DOT's comments stating that per Staten Island North Shore proposed alignment map of Staten Island North Shore BRT drafting scoping document, the portion of the BRT near the subject site would be located within the former add-grade portion of North Shore Railroad right-of-way and not on Richmond Terrace. Specifically, I would suggest we go to page 43 of the scoping document, which provides a better graphics and shows the alignment of the BRT located north of Richmond Terrace, New Brighton waterfront. Also, the existing building structure is partially located within the mapped bed of the widened street line. I would like to hear Commissioner's position on this matter. We also received a letter of no objection from Fire Department. Vice Chair Shibata.
So I'm interested in hearing what the applicant wants to say on the record.
Vice Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm interested in, I'm sorry, just looking at my notes. I'm interested in hearing the applicant's response at the hearing with regard to DOT. And I was convinced by his submission, his letter submitted, but I still want to hear more from him with regard to this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm sympathetic to the applicant as regards this issue because of all of the issues on the northern part of Staten Island concerning the creation of that special bus lane and its impact on all of the properties along Richmond Terrace that never seems to be getting built. I think basically it should be just a note to the applicant that this could possibly in the future result in a partial taking of your property, but they should just be on notice. But I don't know that I would prevent them from having this grant.
Okay. Commissioner Shetty.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to hear from the applicant for some details on his response to DOT. In the meantime, my understanding is that the applicant's response is going to be sent to DOT, and we should hear back from DOT regardless whether they uphold the previous determination by denying the application, or maybe they can like reconsider. So I believe we shouldn't be like deciding on this today until we hear from the applicant, and then we hear from DOT for on the response.
All right. Yeah, I think it's the study has had a very long shelf life, over 30 years of shelf life. While it would be good to have it done, but thus far we have not seen any evidence of any capital budget. Commissioner Yoon.
I guess in that case, but they've been having scoping meetings as recently as 2019. So, but you're saying, well, I guess I'm trying to understand, and maybe I agree with Commissioner Sheta, as we should hear from the applicant, and we should also hear a counter response from DOT. I've been trying to dig through whether the right of way, because the right of way is north of the site, and if it truly is, if the BRT would be installed in the right of way of the former railway, then it shouldn't have any impact on the existing building and the proposed improvement to that existing building. So yeah, I think I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say, and then to hear a counter response from DOT.
Right. I think when you look at the map, if you look at the broad general map, it is very difficult to figure out where exactly that right of way falls. Does it fall to the south of the Richmond Terrace roadway or to the north of it? And that's why as I was leafing through the study, I noticed it is on the on the waterfront side of it. And I think we saw this also in another portion of the Richmond Terrace, where it's also on the waterfront side of it and not on the bed of Richmond Terrace.
Right. And if you look at the city tax map, you will also see these portions that are north of Richmond Terrace and clearly not adjacent to the proposed existing building, but the site in question.
Right. And so I think the applicant does need to clarify and discuss. So that's that. All right. Thank you all. Next case, please.
New cases, item number 25, 2022-97A and 98A. This is 209-215 Claremont Avenue, Staten Island.
We have received proof of service of initial filing, proof of hearing notice. The community board has approved this application. This is an application pursuant to GCL 36 to allow for an as-of-right two-family detached home not fronting a mapped street. Actually allow for two-family detached homes. This is a very irregular T-shaped site, and the tentative lots have been are provided. There are three tentative lots. The two of them, which would be built up with residential use, is fronting Claremont Avenue, and there's an existing 8-inch water main in Claremont Avenue, and there's an existing fire hydrant in front of the subject site. And there are underground utility existing along Claremont Avenue. The applicant is proposing to construct two-family, 3-story detached homes on the tentative tax lots 2 and 3, fronting on Claremont, as I stated. The applicant requires an approval from DEC for being within close proximity to freshwater wetland, and so freshwater wetland permit needs to be provided. I'm not sure if it was granted or not. And also the applicant needs a builder's pavement plan to improve the Claremont Avenue. Septic permits are pending for the tentative lots. A fire department for approval of for fire hydrant is required. Application has been filed. I think it's pending approval. So BSA, I would say, is not waiving. It wasn't clear whether it's in the flood zone or not, but BSA is not waiving any regulations applicable to the flood regulation. And I would like to know the status of the builder's pavement plan. Vice Chair Shibata?
Thank you, Chair. I did not see a hardship statement, so I'd ask that they make a statement of hardship, and also a statement with regard to adjoining lot ownership.
Repeat that, Vice Chair. I'm sorry. Could you? repeat
If the owner owns the adjoining lots. So a no hardship statement, a statement of no hardship, I'm sorry, and whether or not they have common ownership of adjoining lots.
This is lot 100 you're specifically referring to.
That's correct.
Okay, this is the lot that stretches from Page Avenue to Bedell Avenue. Okay, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't see a FEMA map submitted unless I missed it.
That makes two of us.
I'm sorry?
I said that makes two of us.
Okay. Yeah, so the FEMA map, and I didn't see a statement on the hardship like Commissioner Shabara indicated. And in addition to that, I do have a question. Is any immediately adjacent lot to the subject one is in common ownership by the applicant? They need to provide an answer, clear answer to this in the statement of facts. Thank you.
Okay.
I think my understanding is that but I would like the applicant to clarify. However, but the portion that is in common ownership, it is where it's in the freshwater wetland area. And I believe it's not developable, but the applicant can clarify that.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified. My question is any immediately adjacent lot other than what is referenced in this application is in common ownership? So I understand that they indicated some. Yes, you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments on this.
Okay.
BZ calendar, sorry. BZ calendar 2017-269 BZ 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
Going through my notes, we still have an open secra with regards to air quality. And also, as I was going through my earlier notes, 2 hearings ago, and also at the last hearing, I had asked the applicant to update the statement of findings related to neighborhood character. Specifically, had asked that more clarity be provided regarding how the legalization of the expansion will not affect the neighborhood character in terms of air quality and noise. And it was not provided. Specifically, it is the air handling from the paint booth. Need to revise the statement of fact and make the findings that the existing spray booth will not alter the findings related to neighborhood character. So I can't close until the findings are made. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shibata.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No comment.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 27, 2020-14, 34, BZ, sorry. 34-10, 12th Street, Queens.
2020, 14. Just give me a second. I'm trying to open the file.
Legal shop.
Okay. Sorry. The application was last heard in December of 2022. The board found that the findings were made. The site is unique. It is not viable for an as-of-right use, and the existing use is curing the hardship. Also, the board was fine with the financials, neighborhood character, and common ownership. The applicant needed to revise the statement of fact based on the direction that was given by the board. The applicant has provided an as-of-right community facility use, and the applicant states that community facility use, while it allows for maximum FAR, it will, on the subject side, it will not be able to maximize it. And community facility use would be buildable, would not be buildable due to the site's narrow and irregular configuration. A revised statement of fact has been provided accordingly, which responds to the board's comments and to the findings. I do not have any further comments. I want to hear from the commissioners. Vice Chair Shibata.
Nothing further from me. I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I feel like the revised statement has dotted the i's and crossed the t's and completed the application. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the applicant for the thorough review of the statement of facts. I believe it's very satisfactory to me, at least. Just some housekeeping comments. A set of plans called lawful conditions were submitted this submission.
Mm-hmm.
I did look at them, and I'm not sure if the applicant, by saying lawful conditions, is referring to the previously approved conditions by the May 2013 special permit. If the answer is yes, on the lawful condition plan, I see that the total floor area was 6,129.15 square feet, while the previously submitted revised proposed show instead 6,707.12 square feet. So there is some discrepancy here. Looking at like big picture of this case, I can see that the if we consider the previously approved plans for the special permit the base and consider the uniqueness which it was not considered before, the uniqueness and the hardship imposed by this uniqueness, which is the very tapered shape of the site, I can see that the difference between the currently proposed floor area, total floor area, and the previously approved one is about 30%. 30% increase in floor area for a condition such as the one that the site encumbered with, which is the, like I said, the near triangular shape is reasonable in my view. And I just need them to clarify about that discrepancy in the floor area figures, and I'm fine with the rest of the application. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So just so I understand, the approved plan was for 6219?
6,129.15.
Okay. And the proposed is 6,700.
No, that lawful conditions gives 6,129.15.
Okay.
And there is a set of plans previously submitted that implies that the special permit allowed 6,707. So the difference is about 600 feet between these two numbers. And I just need clarification on that.
Okay.
The reason I'm like sensitive about this number, because the way I look at this case is let's say this site, I consider the special permit allowed drawings as a base, and then I want to get some sense comparing the currently proposed total floor area to the previously approved in the special permit, because for me that difference acts as a compensation for the hardship, for the very tapered shape of the site. Because as I know, or my understanding is that the special permit didn't account for the shape of the site. Even if a triangular shaped site come before us for a special permit and the findings are there, it would be granted what was granted before. That what we're granting this time is because of the shape of the site. And I want to know how much we're doing percentage-wise. That's why that number is, for me, it's important.
I think a number that I was focusing more on is that an as-of-right community facility use in this zoning district would allow maximum on this site, would allow maximum of 9,590 square feet. But if the building were to be converted to community facility use and whatever could be added, and given the narrowness of the site, it still could not maximize the 9,500. It still can only build whatever the number is, whether it's 6,129 or even, if possible, 6,707. So it does show that the site definitely suffers from its narrowness and the irregular configuration, that it cannot be built as of right to maximize the community facility floor area. That's kind of how I was looking at it. I just kind of wanted to state that. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The lawful, what is it called? The lawful conditions drawing is their drawing of the proposed community facility, not of the proposed actual use. So
Right.
that's where the 6,129.15 is coming from. It's based on this lawful conditions drawing, which is based on a hypothetical community facility use. So it's not the proposed, but there is a typo on on CC 100 where in the zoning calculations it says 6,129.15, but then on the actual plan it shows 6,921.15. So there's an inconsistency in what they're proposing on the community facility. Ultimately, it doesn't change my opinion on the application. I'm satisfied with the application, but that should be corrected on that lawful conditions drawing.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the clarification.
Thank you. All right. All right, let's go to the next case.
Okay, the final case is 2022 15BZ, 5 Little Clove Road, Staten Island.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was heard in December of 2022. The applicant has submitted a revised plan in response to the comments raised at the hearing. More landscaping along the frontage is proposed, and asphalt surface area has been reduced. In addition to landscaping, a 6-foot-high aluminum estate fence is proposed along the side lot lines. However, I would like a couple of clarification. First of all, as a submission protocol, the applicant needs, when submitting revised plan, please submit a bubble plan indicating the changes. It makes it much easier to compare the revised plan with the prior plan. Also add a note regarding lighting, that all light sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from residences to minimize any adverse effect on the surrounding residents. And Commissioner Yoon, remind me if I'm wrong, did we suggest no more than 2-foot candle, maximum 2-foot candle can be at the lot line?
Yes, at adjacent residential lot lines.
Okay. Not into the adjacent, but up to the adjacent lot line.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The revised plan, while maintains 5,408 square foot of open space, which is 50% of the total open space, it has increased the amount of planting area to 65% from the previous plan, and much more than those provided on the sites developed with non-residential use, and more than the average amount of the planted area on this block. So I am quite satisfied with this application. We do have, I think the SECRA is still outstanding. We do not have a sign off on this one. Ms. Benke?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We actually did receive a sign off
Oh.
for air quality and noise. It's a conditional sign off. We needed the applicant to commit to an alternative mean of ventilation, which they did via email. So we're going to have them revise the EAS and put a note on the plans stating a composite 31 dBA window wall attenuation is required on the Clove Road and Little Clove Road street frontages. In addition, in-wall air conditioning units will provide alternate means of ventilation during closed window condition. All
Okay,
other sign-offs are done, so seeker is done.
okay. Oh, good. So we have a secret sign off. Good, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application. Nothing further.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm pleased to see that they took our recommendations in terms of having just one driveway on Little Clove Road, which led to being able to have more landscaping provided. And I thought that the interior lot lines are lushly landscaped according to the plan, and that also will provide a dense buffer. Definitely softens the appearance of the building. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no other comments to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you.
Ms. Prenga has her hand up.
Oh, yes, Ms. Prangal.
Hi, I just wanted to state that I think the lumens note is on the lumens plan, unless you want it on the site plan or someplace else. But I believe-
Let me, I'm sorry, I didn't go, let me just check. Oh, I'm looking at a very, very, very old plan. That doesn't help.
It's February 22nd.
Yeah. I got it now. Yes, thank you. Sorry. about
Page
that.
16 of 20 for the PDF.
Excellent. This is bizarre. Why am I? Okay, yes. Just give me a second. I'm just scrolling through the. Okay, I mean, that's also acceptable. The only thing I wanted to make sure that it's to minimize adverse effect on surrounding residents. Sometimes words also have bearing, so that's one.
So do you want a revision of the note?
You know what? Let it state. We can put it in the resolution as a condition.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Prenga.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? Anything else?
Yeah. Does anybody have anything to say?
Okay, so this concludes the public review session.
So we are 12:05 marker. So I would suggest we take a 40-minute lunch break and then resume our public hearing. And we will start with the Cross Island Parkway.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay. Okay, so 40-minute from 12:05.
Okay.
Yeah. At least one day.
I'm unmuted.
Oh, hi, we're talking about.
We just talked about tricycles. and-
I'm muted. All right, commissioners. Do we have a quorum?
Well, Commissioner Yoon was in the room. I don't know what happened.
Let's give it another just.
Couple of minutes.
All right, let's start.
Steve? Put the screen up, Steve. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is, oh, sorry, there we go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the public hearing for March 13th, 2023. We'll begin with continued hearing items. Item number 5, 12992 BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
I think this is Miss Arantia.
Yes.
What's the person name?
Lisa Orantia.
Lisa Orantia.
Yeah, she's there in the room. Lisa, Miss Orantia, could you join us, please, as a panelist? Thank you. There she is. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Are you by yourself, Miss Orantia?
Yes,
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
yes.
Right.
Good afternoon. I heard the comments at the review session, so we're aware that we need to submit a DOB objection sheet for the amended additional floor area. Also, fee payment must be received, and we will modify the narrative regarding the landscaping on page 5 of the statement.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners for Ms. Arantia? Okay, let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 12992BZ 150-55 Crossline Parkway, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will answer only the pound sign. Once you are in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Ms. Arantia, I had a question regarding the status of the ZRD one. Are you abandoning it or you're continuing to pursue it, but do this as a belt and suspender kind of?
No, we agree that it will be considered additional floor area. So we've abandoned the ZRD and we're seeking the DOB objection that the additional floor area needs BSA approval.
Okay. All right, thank you. How much of a time would you need to make corrections? And getting the DOB objection sheet?
Yeah, it's a little hard to say how long that will take. I mean, I would say at least 2 weeks. Is it possible to close the hearings and leave the record open for that submission?
I have not received payments yet, Ms. Arantia, I'm sorry.
I understand.
It's up to the chair. It's up to the commissioners. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know I haven't received payment yet.
Well, you can make the payment right away.
They apparently said they sent it in, but we have not received it.
Yeah,
I just checked at the front desk.
I definitely am not going to approve this, make any decision to approve it until we have the necessary fee. So, but that should not be a reason to delay anything.
Okay, no problem.
So we can close and will not calendar it until it has been until we have received the DOB objection sheet and the payment has been received.
Okay.
Is that fair, Ms. Arantia?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so you want to poll the commissioners?
Yeah.
So the motion to close?
Aye. Oh, sorry. Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay,
Just want to be clear, Ms. Arantia, this means including all the revisions, also the revising this narrative, all of those need to be submitted prior to the vote.
Yes, understood.
Yeah. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
So you think it'll take 2 weeks? I'm sorry, I didn't finalize how long will it take you? Two weeks or?
Yeah, I anticipate 2 weeks. It's a little hard to say about the DOB objection. But the fee is in process. The modification of the statement of facts is simple to do. It's the DOB objection that.
So why don't you submit what you can in 2 weeks, the revised statement and the fee payment, and then we'll wait for the DOB objection and we'll schedule accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, continued hearing items, item number 18, 29999 BZ, 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn.
Hi, Joel should also be, Mealy should be on
Joe Mealy has his hand up. You let him in, Steve, please. Mr. Mealy, you join us, please. Ms. panelists.
So it will be just you, Ms. Fullader, and Mr. Mealy.
it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The tenant watched all the comments and everything, and we discussed it all.
And the operator, also, I mean, the owner, operator, whoever.
Yeah, both are aware of it, and I've discussed with both of them the comments.
Okay, so it's you and Mr. Mealy.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Mealy, can you mute? And thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant with Joel Mealy, the new architect. I first wanted to state that I think we have to go through the comments again one by one, because we also rewatched the hearing, and I think there's just some miscommunication or misinterpretation. I think we're both interpreting what was said in a little slightly different ways. And maybe if we clarify things, we can all come to an understanding, because this owner has, as Commissioner Yoon very nicely pointed out, he has, made the changes, and he understands that he's putting in a U-Haul and the site has to be nice and it's a gas station, but it's a big cost, and it's almost like a burden of cost to come back in a 5-year term. And we after only like 5 years, for instance, because you have to get a new architect, you have to get a lawyer, you have to get a new C of O, and it's a huge cost to this operator. And we want to do right by you, and we want to come to an understanding, but we all have to somehow figure out how we can all meet in the middle, because it's just, as I stated, your office has the right to revoke. Of course, we don't want that to happen, but we just want to find a way where we can get the term we need so we can continue to operate. So we're going to go through the comments, and then
we need the improvements.
Yeah, and so we're going to say why we chose the different things we chose, and then we can have a conversation if it works or it doesn't work. Okay, so the first comment I think is the easiest is about ADA access, and Joel can speak on that parking space.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, there was no intention to give you anything other than what you asked. You asked for you called it an ADA or handicap parking space, when in fact that is what's known as an accessible parking space. And the code requires, if you provide only one accessible space, that it be accessible for a van. And that's why it's called an accessible van parking space with a loading zone next to it. And I'm not sure you understood that, so that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, but I think for simplicity, it's just, you can just put the ADA signage on it, which is the standard nomenclature protocol that we use with all the graphics, because it just makes it a lot easier. And if you are saying that's a sign posted saying accessible van, it will say accessible van with the handicap logo. So
what I'll do is I'll put a detail of the sign if you want, and I'll put the symbol, typically we put like a person in a wheelchair symbol on that actual parking space.
Great, thank you. And the reason for that is, and thank you for that clarification, Mr. Mealy. I think the reason for that is also sometimes, things tend to get moved, fly off, windy day, horrible day, the sign flies off.
Right.
At least
And
you have something on the floor and somebody, you know, so it's just belts and suspenders, making sure everybody knows that's a handicap parking space.
okay,
Okay, so one comment taken care of. Okay, the next comment, I believe that Joel already put the lighting note on the plans, correct, Joel? Can you tell them where you put it?
yes, I
Or-
put the note on the plan on the left side towards the middle. There's a note, all lighting sources that are located adjacent to a residential use shall be shielded from direct, you can read it yourself, it's on the plan.
Which
Hey.
plan, what is the plan sheet number?
So it's one of six, it's the BSA 101.01. So it's the first sheet on the left side
First sheet.
towards the middle of the drawing. Towards the middle,
Oh, okay.
okay,
Can I make a suggestion? You could also add that to the lumen sheet. Yeah.
okay, yep, I will take care of that.
Okay, great. Next comment. I think it's pretty easy to note that signage must comply with C2 signage regulations and reviewed by DOB, correct, Joel? That's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I think
Yeah,
it
I think
says that. but
just so, just in terms of the way the analysis was provided, was just getting too confusing, and all we want is to be complying with C2, and it's for DOB to make that determination.
Yep, I agree.
So,
Okay, and then the last two comments, which I think we have to more discuss, is trash and landscaping. So what we thought we did based on the hearing is we discussed how the building is, there's brick walls around it and we're putting fencing, and you talked about that. And we thought that the site has difficulties with maneuverability. So we took the trash from the side yard and put it in the rear, which is going to be fully enclosed and is fully enclosed by a fence. And part of the issue here in the back too is making landscaping that will survive. And it's a big struggle, and we're just trying to figure out how we can come to a compromise that works for us, because landscaping, they'll have to constantly, as you know, we talk about this issue a lot, but it's going to be fully enclosed and the neighbors in the rear won't be able to see the back. So that's what we
Well-
were thinking. And Joel, you can add to that if you.
well, I think my concern, and I clearly remember the sequence of the discussion when Mr. Mealy mentioned that there will be maneuverability of vehicles in the back. That kind of raised some concern, because that means vehicles will be coming and going. This will affect somewhat some of the privacy, and would need some buffering from the residential lot line, especially the lot that is from that triangulated area. There's an apartment building there right next to it, within 10 feet of that rear lot line. So the question was, how do you ensure that there is proper buffering? And while we all agreed that providing planting along that residential building on along the Malcolm X Boulevard was not viable, we wanted the focus to move to where it was more needed, and the need was by that fence line. I think, I'm not sure why it cannot be done. I mean, what is the difficulty with that? I'm trying to see if I can locate some photos. Can you guide me to the photos that can?
Do you want me to open up a plan or photos, or?
I think photos would be best, because that will give us an idea of what the condition in the back is. So,
Okay, let me look. Hold on.
and
Can-
there were
can I-
many. Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that for me, having those dumpsters just out loose in the back with nothing, just pavement, it's so easy for the operator to get lax in terms of making sure that that area in the rear is clear, especially since it isn't visible to the street. And given the previous issues with the current owner not being in compliance, I have concerns. So personally, I think there needs to be some way of restraining those dumpsters. I think it should be in an enclosure.
Okay.
I'm more sympathetic to your argument about the landscaping.
And I think that trash, just to point out, I think putting a trash enclosure is a lot easier of an ask than ripping up pavement in the back and like than putting in landscaping. I'm saying of the two comments, it's a much easier.
And
thing to figure out.
if you were to consider that, then the fence should be more than just a chain link fence with slats. It needs to be much more of a solid opaque thing, whether it's a masonry wall or whether it's one of those opaque residential quality fence.
Like the white ones, right? That you see sometimes.
Yeah,
that are
I mean,
like-
there are now a lot of lots out there in the world that basically provides a visual and sometimes noise buffer also. So
Okay.
look for that.
And-
That is beautiful enough and that provides an absolute visual buffer. Because
maybe-
chain link fence with slats, I mean, you're having enough problem with the chain link fence next to your neighbor. This way, don't rely on your neighbor. You just go and put your fence.
Understood. So maybe what we can do is we can go back, look at fencing options, and we can send them to the project manager to see if it's a good option in between.
But don't give any option that is chain link fence with slats.
Yeah, understood. But maybe we can, as a compromise, look for good fencing that you're pointing out right now, and we can send that to the project manager to see if it works.
Okay.
Between the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Commissioners, are you okay with that suggestion? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So there should be an enclosure for the trash bins in the rear. In lieu of a landscaping, it needs to be a much more robust fencing along the rear lot line all the way to the building wall. I just want to be very clear. The building wall that is the building that is facing Northern Boulevard. Not Northern Boulevard, Malcolm X Boulevard. So it kind of wraps around that triangular portion and then comes down to the building so that you have one continuous looking fence condition in the rear. And it needs to be a solid fence, not a chain link fence. And good quality, make sure it's durable, that can withstand the test of time so that your operator or tenant, owner, whoever is responsible for maintaining it, doesn't have to, remove it every 10 years or even every 5 years. Make sure it's something that really lasts long. It's penny wise, pound foolish. You then don't have to worry about it for a long time.
Understood. And I think that does sound like a compromise, right, Joel?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. The only thing I'm concerned about is some of the fencing that exists currently is not on our property. It actually, if you look at the plan, you see it drifts across. In fact, it eliminates part of our property. We don't even have access to it now. And I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to change the fence.
I would say in that case, you just provide some, your fencing in front of it. Just do that.
Yeah,
until you litigate and figure out, where the fence falls. For the time being, just do that, because that is not an excuse to keep prolonging the fence being left in that condition.
No, I understand. I agree. So I'm gonna have to sit down with my client and work out something that works.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are being very lenient. We have taken away the landscaping from the discussion. We're just asking to put a fence, figure it out. Sometimes you don't have to do it right up to the property line. You may want to do it in front of.
Understood.
But you have to maintain the rest of the site, because legally, if anything happens on that portion, the other guy can say, hey, it's that guy.
I understand. Thank you.
Right.
And then, so we'll figure this all out, and we can have, like you asked for, we can also, the weather's getting nicer. We can clean up the pavement as we discussed, the coating and sealing. And then maybe we can, after that, revisit our conversation that we just had about term and everything.
Okay.
That works for you guys. I understand that.
Well, I would say improve them all. Everything that we have stated, go through all our comments, make those improvements. Maybe we may want to revisit the term limit, but I would still want our compliance officer to visit this site.
Understood, completely understood.
But it's in your best interest to do it right and get as much of a longer term as you can.
Understood. So we really thank you for working with us and suggesting and having this conversation and suggesting alternatives. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Um,
Any questions or comments or suggestions from the commissioners? Are you satisfied with this approach, commissioners? Okay.
Not in there, it's, yeah.
All right.
You want to go to the public, Madam Chair?
Yes, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 29999 BZ, 816 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our US toll-free number outside the city. Once you, then you will enter the webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter a pound sign. Sorry, let me do that again. You will enter webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will then enter the pound sign again. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute what you're on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted, and you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
Ms. Fuller, how long will it take for you to make these revisions and a timeline of all these improvements?
So I think that I just spoke with Joel via text and he only needs 2 weeks for the plans. But I think that in order to settle on the right fence and send it to your BSA project manager, and then if you want to see these changes made before we meet again, it depends what you want, then we'll need good weather, obviously. So we'll need the month of April to do that.
Okay, so yeah, I think April will be too soon. I would say do it right.
That's what I mean. We'll need to do it in April, so meet after April.
So maybe end of May or early June.
Exactly, thank you. Yeah, so if you want to, and then in between, we'll contact your staff.
Okay, and please go through the comments and just, and make sure all of these, because it has gone through 2 different handlers. So, some information may be a little bit lost on you, but do go through them.
Thank you.
I don't know if handler is the right term, so apologies.
I know what you're saying.
Okay, time is up. No one's called in.
All right. Okay, so we have only one hearing date for June, so it'll be early June.
Okay, no problem.
So your submission, I think you can submit the photos till the week off, but everything else prior to that.
Yeah, so we'll make a submission by the submission date, and then if we have any more things we have to finish, we'll make another photo submission.
And also the asphalt.
Yeah, that'll be part of the photos showing the. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, commissioners. Going one, going twice. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, new cases, item 19, 34041 BZ 7209 Main Street, Queens.
Okay.
Mr. Canzada, please join us as panelists. Steve, let him in. You want to unmute, sir? Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
Mr. Canzada, Ms. Ndawaka. Okay.
That's good. Thank you for
Okay.
recognizing. I have a hats off. Okay.
Okay, raise your right hands. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Correct, yes.
Okay, state your name for the record and respond to the commissioner's comments.
I am Nasir J. Khanzada. I'm the applicant.
And I'm Diwakar Gupta, also working with the applicant. Good afternoon. So we listened to the comments this morning. They were all very reasonable, and we can do everything. So there was a comment about adding a note to the plans about the signage complying with C1 regulations. So we'll add that note to the plans. We're going to replace the missing trees at the northeast side of the site. And we're going to look at the wall of the trash enclosure and we'll fix that wall at the southern end of the site, the one with the crack. And we'll paint the walls and we'll clean up the site with the plant grass and the planting beds.
Okay. The area, the green grass area outside the wall, that's not part of your property, right?
Are you talking about at the southern edge of the site or along Blay Place?
Along Way and 72nd Avenue, there is a green grass, there's a grassy area next to the concrete sidewalk.
Okay, so next to the concrete sidewall is our area. They maintain it with the evergreen and everything. Evergreen died, but they're gonna replant again. But the one in the sidewalk itself next to the curb, that is city area. City maintains that.
Okay, so then it wasn't very clear from the graphics as to where your property line is. I assumed your property line is where the wall is, but you're saying your property line is up to where the grass area is.
That's right. Actually, the wall is the property line. The wall is on the property line. So that area is still in the city limits, but we maintain it.
Okay, so I just want to be correct. So the property line is where the wall is. Outside the property line is city, but it is grassy area which is maintained by you.
Yes, that's right. Any garbage or something happens, the gas station guys clean it because they maintain it. Otherwise, the city doesn't have that much cleaning thing, but it's their side.
Okay, well, I think it needs a little maintenance.
TLC, I agree.
Okay.
And I spoke to the owners and they said we are willing to do it, no problem. They just said, make sure the trees are available. I said the home depot just had delivery, so they will have it within a week or so, and they will take care of it.
So you repair the wall and also paint it?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, cracks repair and the coping stone also shifted. They will fix it and paint the wall off.
Okay, great.
It's small stuff, nothing big really is. 1, 2, 3 cracks, so that's it. They can take it.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, questions for
Commissioner Shanda, I don't know if it's you, you're getting some reverberation or something. Yeah. Is it you or is it Mr. Khanzada? I don't remember.
I don't know, is it okay now or should I?
No, you sound okay.
Could you all hear me?
Oh, you're good now. Okay, now you're good. Okay.
Any questions or comments, commissioners? Okay, let's
shaking their heads no.
All right, everybody shaking their head saying no. Let's go to the public, please.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 34041BZ 7209 Main Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or outside the city limits. Our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. If you are calling the phone, somebody mute, please. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
So, Mr. Gupta, and Mr. Kanzada, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I spoke to the owner just right after the discussion. So they said 1 week is enough.
1 week to paint, repair the wall?
By coming Sunday, they should have it done. Yeah. So if anything comes after 1 week, it'll be good.
Okay, I just looked at the weather report. It's supposed to snow and rain and all of that. So I just don't want you to be scheduled and then not be able to do it. Let's aim for a hearing in April, towards the end of April. This will give you enough time to do it all right, because if there's any change in the weather pattern and you're not able to do it, landscaping especially, because you're going to put some plants.
Yeah. Plants are available now. Plants are available now, and these evergreens don't mind the weather, but they are available. So it's no problem.
Okay. I think given also our schedule, it will not be possible for me to schedule anything anyway.
For April?
Yeah, definitely not for the March, and early part of April also is looking tight. So we will let you know, but we will definitely, we'll try for, we aim for April, maybe end of April.
No problem. No problem.
Commissioners, would you be okay if we were to close it? All right, so let's make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
All right, so make all the submissions. Whenever we pick the date, just make the submissions and the photographs also as best as possible, if not at least 1 week before the hearing date.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, item number 17286 BZ 256-10 Union Turnpike, Queens. Are you two gentlemen the only ones appearing?
That's right.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you heard the board's comments, please respond.
My name is Diwakar Gupta.
Naseed Khanzada.
We listened to the board comments this morning, and we can make the changes that were suggested. So we'll add the note to the lighting plans specifying that all proposed lighting is going to be shielded and directed downwards and away from the neighboring properties. And we're going to fix the landscaping. So in the rear yard, we're going to clean that up and install new trees, restore the rear yard that way. And in the front, I think the landscaping is going to look better
when the weather changes. When the weather changes, because they have all perennials and everything will come up as soon as the weather changes. So front yard is well maintained, but we just have to wait for the weather to change.
Well, if you see some dead tree.
Commissioner Shonda again. I don't know
That's
if that's
very
you.
odd. Maybe Mr. Kanzada, can you mute yourself?
No, I can.
So, is that better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe there was some echo that was happening. So I would say while the front landscaping is better maintained and it's winter time, so it will get better. But if you do see any dead trees and plants and shrubs, this would be a time to replace them and make them attractive.
Sure, yeah.
And there was an excess banner I noticed. This is for leasing purposes. So
I think that's been taken down, but we'll make sure that it's taken down and stays down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and the signage would be limited to maximum of 63 square foot of total non-illuminated signage only. So you can add a note to that also in your plan.
Yep, okay, we can do that.
Correct.
Okay, any questions or comments for the applicant?
I can confirm that the banner wasn't there when I went last week.
Okay, great. So then you found.
They're in compliance.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon, for confirming that. All right, let's go to the public then.
So the case we're currently discussing is, 17286BZ, 256, Steve, your screen is all over the place, 256-10 Union Turnpike, Queens. Okay, all right, I got it. Should you wish to discuss 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. Once you're in, you enter the webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone in order to speak. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. You will have 3 minutes in which to discuss this application.
I have a question. Are there any lighting system for the rear lot line? For the yard?
There's no light in the, when I went to take the readings, they don't have any lighting in the rear yard except one light at the door, back door. They don't use backyard for any reason. So I asked them no light. They said we don't need light. So that's why reading came out very, very 0, 0 everything. But planting, I understand they're gonna plant it, and the garbage there, they will remove it.
Okay.
They don't want to have any lighting in the backyard because they don't use it at all. They have one light fixture at the door only, just to go.
Okay. How long will it take to improve the rear yard?
Again, like a week. Just have to remove the garbage, and there's one washing machine that they can remove it, and some garbage. So I would say 1 week.
All right. So I think we're going to put this on the same timeline as the previous application, end of April.
Sure. Take it.
Okay, I have no callers.
All right. Commissioners, I would like to close this if everybody's okay with it. All right, let's make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Oh, before you go, I'm sorry, we closed it. I just looked at the photos and there were some signs that were plastered on the window, individual text. So again, when doing the signage analysis, just make sure all of the signage are added into the 63 square foot or remove them.
Okay. Yeah, they're included. Yep.
Now, these were like individual letters that are sticking on the glass panels.
Yeah, there's one for the notary public and one for Allstate. Yeah.
But those are added into the zoning already.
You know what? I just, I'm sorry. I know we closed it.
Want to reopen it? And you want to reopen it?
Yeah, let's reopen it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just saw the photo. Is motion to reopen.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, so I'm looking at the photo that was submitted on February 22nd. It says Glen Oaks Realty, and there's the phone number, and it seems like it's like a transparent looking sticker that is on the glass panel, on the top portion of the glass panel. It has nothing to do with Allstate.
Okay.
So,
that photo is from, I think, 2009. We were just submitting that to show that it seemed that the previous BSA had approved it. I think, yeah, approved that sign previously. But that sign is gone. It's been replaced with the Allstate sign.
okay. Okay, and the fence along the property line, and also just make sure it's in good condition.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, motion to close again.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry about that, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is new cases, item number 21, 8491BZ, 2344 Eastchester Road, the Bronx. Carla Costanza, the Executive Director, has a hand up.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, yes, ma'am. We'll allow the applicant to come in. If I could just maybe at the time that the applicant is in, if I could just address the board, and I just want to further a little bit of what was discussed this morning in the review session.
Go ahead.
Who is the applicant for this case?
This is for Sandy Adagnostu. Oh, you want to put your hand down?
All right. Mr. Costanza, do you want to, while we're waiting for the applicant to?
Yeah, I see her joining in. I'd like for her to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Now let me swear her in. Sandy, you want to raise your hand? Unmute, right? Okay,
Yes,
raise your right hand.
Yes, I'm also joined by, I
Oh.
don't know if they've been admitted yet, the property owner, Rasheen Gandhi.
Yeah, he's there in the room. Could you raise your right hand? I'm sorry, raise your right hand. Raise your hand, Mr. Gandhi. Steve, can you let him in? Join as panelist, sir.
And Prasanna Venkashenka.
I don't see, I see Rasheen Gandhi. I don't see Persona.
Prasanna Venkatesh something?
Oh, is it there?
Yes.
Number there. Ending in 827.
I thought I just saw. So I see Rasheen Gandhi.
And Prasanna.
Oh, it's not showing up on mine. There's an 827 number that's called in. I don't know if that's for last three digits, 827. Mr. Gandhi, can you unmute, please?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to proceed without
Is Prasanna joining us, Rasheen?
Let me give him a text.
I guess we could move ahead and he could join whenever.
Is he part of the ownership?
He's the property owner's contractor, but he listened to the comments of the review session and we discussed what needs to be done, so.
Do you want to just start with Ms.
Can move ahead.
Agnostu?
Sure.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi.
All right, Mr. Costanza, why don't you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I know I started off this morning during the review session just stating that the use is no longer under contemplation of the variance since the use is already permitted as a right, and I had asked to review perhaps if there were non-compliances. And after the review session, I just took a little bit of a better look at the record. And again, I apologize if I can't, factually, I can't state everything at this point, but it appears that in 1991, or at the time of the contemplation of the variance, that this building was already in existence. And unfortunately, I didn't have the original variance resolution, but just the subsequent extensions of terms. So I think it's important if Ms. Agnastu, even after this hearing or at some point, we can discuss it, because it is possible that the building in its form today was already in existence at the time of the original variance, and that the board only at that time legalized that change of use from residential to commercial, going from commercial now to ambulatory diagnostic, may be contemplated under zoning under the provisions of Article 5. And it's possible, I don't want to say with 100% certainty, but it is possible that this variance may be rendered moot, and that there could be a pathway as a right here that at least it's worth exploring. I don't want to take away anything from the opportunity of today's discussion in the event that I'm wrong, but I'd like that opportunity to explore that with Ms. Agnastu subsequent to this hearing.
I just want to be very clear. I think the applicant is proposing, so what was prior to the 1991 was a residential building with a medical facility. And then it was, as part of the 1991, the entire building was allowed to be converted to an office building. The applicant is now proposing to retain the office use on floors 2 and I think attic, and the basement of the first floor would be converted to a dentist's office. So the variance will still have to be retained for the floors 2 and attic. I don't know if the second floor in the attic we did allow commercial use or not, because as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, it was meant to be used for storage only, not for office purposes. And now we will be allowed.
No, not storage, not even storage. It was not supposed to be used at all, according to the plans as well as the resolution.
Okay. So it's almost like we would have to amend the resolution to allow the commercial use to be retained, commercial use to be expanded to the attic use, but and the floors 1 and basement floor be continued to use as an as of right use.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So I apologize. I had misunderstood that the whole building was being converted to medical. So that's fine. Thank you. I apologize for
Okay.
again, I had to offer it up if there was a pathway here that was less burdensome.
No, unfortunately, for those second and for amending the plan to allow commercial use, and that's for Ms. Agnastu to confirm if that's what the plan is. That's what I'm reading the plan to be. But if that is not the case, it is to continue to keep the attic just as a storage area and not for any other use, and only keeping the second floor as a commercial, then all you're doing is just reducing the degree of the variance, the use variance.
Exactly, Madam Chair. We're reducing the use variance by reverting back to an as of right use medical office on the first floor and basement. Second floor will remain as a professional office, use group 6. And the attic, there was no commercial use or storage use allowed on the attic under the prior grant. I don't know the reason for not allowing storage in the attic, but we will revise our plan to show no storage in the attic as well. So really the only change is on the basement level and first floor level where we will have medical office, use group 4. And yes, so originally, the original variance was the conversion of the entire building from use group 4 medical offices to professional offices. And the building did exist at that time, and the subject of the variance was the conversion to use group 6. Okay. But I do see why the board may consider not having a term for this under the circumstance, because although this is a residential zone, there are many, and we showed in our photographs, it's like a corridor of many medical uses along Eastchester Road, as well as many professional offices. So it's well within the character of the existing neighborhood. So maybe the board would look at this and consider no term on this application.
I just want to get clarity on the attic. You will then propose it to be what? Just storage or
Nothing.
no storage?
No storage. No commercial use. Just, I'm not sure the reasoning why not allowing the no storage. I understand the no commercial use, but
I can jump in. The resolution from 2012 states that whereas in response to the concerns raised by the community board, the applicant submitted revised plans reflecting that the attic will not be used for office space or storage. I also see that there hasn't been a community board response to this application. So would it be worth it to go to the community board and see if storage is still a problem? Or is it easier to just come back and say no storage?
we discussed it with the property owner, and it's not something, I mean, we can definitely discuss it with the community board, but he's willing to just not use the attic for storage and we did reach out to the community board. They may hold a meeting, a land use committee meeting, and possibly a hearing on this. So we'll continue to follow up with them, but nothing has been scheduled yet.
Okay.
But if it's not going to be used for storage, it's going to be left just dead space without use. Is it currently used for anything?
Well, it can only be used for storage for an as of right use. So you could only store it for medical related, but not for commercial. To me, really, storage is storage. It's how are you going to distinguish between storage of a commercial storage facility versus storage of a medical from outside, honestly speaking. So I do want to hear from the community as to what, since this condition came from the community board, I would like to hear from them. But in the absence of a community board vote or decision, if they have no issues with it, I personally would be okay to be used as a storage area for both commercial or and medical use. Yeah. I don't see an issue with it. And I don't know if that requires amending the plan. And I think it's a minor change, Mr. Costanza, on that one.
Yeah, no, I would only ask that the fire department then would just be given the opportunity to weigh in just in case there's any reservation there as to, materials or, under a circumstance if it could be problematic.
Yeah, that was my original question. Is it a fire safety issue?
Yes, that's right.
And thank you, board, for allowing me just to raise that. I apologize if I took any time up, but
no, I think those are good points.
Thank you.
This is helpful. Sometimes these old projects, we often have to kind of talk amongst ourselves to figure out what the history is. It's not always very clear.
Is it possible to get some pictures for the attic?
I can try, to get some.
You can have those pictures sent to you pretty promptly.
Okay. So moving on, we did submit a compliance chart with our initial filing, and the property is in compliance with the prior board's conditions. Then including the fencing, if you looked at the previously approved BSA plan, the existing fencing there, the chain link fencing and other fencing as well as landscaping were all on the previously approved BSA plan. And I understand the board wanting to upgrade that to some other options and some better visual buffering. But if I can share my screen just so that we kind of are clear on what exactly the areas that we're discussing and what we were thinking of, the different options. Is that possible?
Sure.
So are you able to see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the existing site. You can see there's the trees here, and we did provide a landscaping plan on the proposed site plan. That's sheet P 100. I'll get to that in a moment. But Mr. Gandhi is, of course, going to provide landscaping here, and he can speak to that. Do you want to discuss that now?
Yes. So we are buying this building for my wife, and she's been in the neighborhood for last 8 years, 9 years or so. And we are just trying to get to a building that we own and stay for a longer term. So the beauty of the building is very important to us, and we understand that adding to this community by bringing greenery would definitely provide better service to our patients, as well as create a better environment for our team as well.
Thank you. I think the question we had was as part of the plan, along the northern lot line in the rear, the plants, while it was required, there's hardly any. So I think Commissioner Otley-Brown was referring to adding planting along the northern lot line. But I also would suggest find a possibility of extending that along the rear lot line, because the abutting lot has a very long rear yard, which extends all the way to the subject lot line's southern side lot line. So, and since the vehicles will be parked there, landscaping with an opaque fence adds to the buffering and enhances the beauty. So that's really why we are making that, suggesting that. I know with the proposed amendment that you're doing, you're reducing the scope of the degree of variance, but it is just something that should be considered as part of the overall improvement and beautification of your site.
So right now we have this planting strip here along the side lot line at the rear, and then we have the 6-foot high chain link fence, which sits on top of a concrete wall. I'll go back to the picture, the photos of that.
Go back one. Yep, that one. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
So the planting, you could see the planting bed here. We would provide landscaping here as we show on the landscaping plan. And then we could either provide a PVC residential type of opaque fence here.
Yeah.
And maybe possibly build up this masonry wall here to make it 6 or 8 feet to match the PVC fencing. And then we would have the landscaping, new landscaping here in the existing planting bed. Would that be sufficient?
I think that's in the right direction. Yes.
Is that something we discussed, Rasheen? That was something you can do fairly quickly?
That's absolutely something we want to do as well. Yes.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, so I had a question actually. So we would not, though, we have this existing metal fence here.
Mm-hmm.
We would provide green area here along this strip, and in the front, of course, but we would just retain this fencing here, this
Yeah, I
metal
did not
fencing.
have issue with that fencing. Only thing, in some areas, the fence looked in bad condition. It was corroded, and some places it was bent. So that's why I made that suggestion.
Yeah, we can repair that. Repair it and paint it.
Yeah.
And then the other area was here. I can just go back real quick. This area here has the chain link opaque fence. So
I would make that also a nice PVC fence.
PVC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something matching the next door neighbor's fencing. Would that be
Something
okay?
like this here.
Yeah.
That would just have like a uniform straight all along that side lot line would have a uniform visual buffer there.
And my only suggestion to both you and Mr. Gandhi is that whatever fence you pick a fence quality that is not only very respectful of the residential nature, but also is very durable, so that there is less of a maintenance headache on part of the owner or tenant. So as I always say, penny wise, pound foolish. So always look towards spending so that you don't have to come back every 5 years or 10 years, keep repeating it, keep replacing it. So look into that and come up with a uniform treatment of the fence.
Okay. So in terms of landscaping, we have our landscaping table here with the proposed planting. It's numbered here. We'll do that installation. And then I wanted to address the lighting. So there is no existing lighting. We are proposing lighting in these 3 locations here on the exterior of the building. And we are proposing, and we have the note here, exterior lighting pointed downward and away from the residences. And so there's very minimal lighting here. And the lighting, so the hours of operation basically end at 6 p.m. So there's no lighting after that, just maybe a little bit lighting for security, and all lighting really turns off at 6 p.m. The lighting that will be installed will be like motion detected, so there won't be much.
That's fine.
Of anything there, and also like to provide a lumen analysis. There's nothing existing now to be able to measure the lighting levels.
I'm okay with it. That is fine. Again, keeping in mind that the degree of the variance is reducing, and most of the parking has been required because of the medical facility and less for the commercial use. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. The other issue that was raised was to provide striping in the parking area, the blacktop and striping for the 6 proposed parking spaces. Since the garage has been demolished, we will do that. The question was whether we can do that after the construction here, the interior work has been completed, because that will probably just moving things in and out of here will really kind of damage that. And
yeah, no, I agree. I think you have a lot of work to do inside, and it would make sense you do it all towards the end. But you definitely need to improve it, because otherwise your clients who will be parking there, they won't be happy driving through that uneven surface. So I recognize in terms of the timeline of deliverables, that may not happen immediately.
So you're gonna repave the entire thing?
I believe so, yes. Okay. And then do the striping for the 6 parking spaces.
Yeah, I understand it's an uneven parking lot at this time, and I definitely intend to repave the whole thing and put proper stripes as per the plan.
Yeah, that would be best. and less liable.
Correct.
So, I think we covered most of the issues that were raised today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And any, these becomes tricky because now you're converting back to an as of right use, but I would strongly suggest that you try to find storage of your medical waste and others within the building and not outside.
Oh, yes, we did discuss that in the, in our letter. There is a private company that comes and disposes of the waste, and everything is kept stored inside the building. And they come, they pick it up from inside the building and take it away. Nothing is stored outside.
Okay, great. All right. All right, commissioners, any other questions for, all right, everybody shaking their head, saying no. Let's go to the public then. Ms. Ignastos, you can remove the share screen. We have
sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the case we are currently discussing is 8491 BZ, 2344 East Chester Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak from the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. So how much time do you need, Ms. Ignacio, to make the revision to the plan? And do you have to make any revision to the statements?
Honestly, just a couple of days. It's very minor revisions to the plan and really all we're doing is taking the note out on for the attic.
The only thing is, okay, let's step back. The whole thing of the attic condition was coming from the community board, and
right.
I do want to hear from the community board before we make any changes to it. If the community board is going to want some restriction on the nature of the use or anything, we need to adhere to that. So I don't want to, unfortunately, I don't want to close on it now. I do want to hear from the community board on this. And so it is in your best interest to reach out to the community board and schedule a hearing date as soon as possible.
Right, but even if we were to just keep the condition of the prior grant and just have no storage in the attic, of course we will reach out to the community board, and not just for that, for in general, to have a meeting on this application. But if we were to just keep the attic as it were,
so it's your call as to how you want to present it to the community board. And if the community board wants you to retain that attic area as a storage and not as a non-commercial space, and you're okay with it, then you make the revisions to the plan accordingly and submit that.
Okay.
Okay.
If you're gonna go to the community board either way, I would say it's a good chunk of an area, storage area. Try it with them, and if it works, use it legally rather than using it in the future illegally or so.
Right. We understand.
If I may say something, we are planning to make this office a fully digital office. So I don't have any plans to use this as a storage facility at all. We are coming from about 1,100 square feet to over 3,000 square feet. So I have plenty of space on both the floors. All we are doing is just cleaning up that space and removing any debris that previous owners had left there, because it was a lawyer's office. And everything is cleaned up. We are making sure no water leaks are there that can come down to any other floor. But outside of that, I have no plans to put anything over there. There is no air conditioning or any kind of heating in that area. So that would prevent any use for us in any ways.
Okay. Okay, all right. So, okay, then make the necessary change to the plan. Right now it says accessory storage of use group. I think it says use group 6.
No.
6F.
So we would just note no storage, no storage and no use group, no commercial use, no storage.
Right.
What it was before under the prior grant.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that makes it easier.
And then I would just revise the statement of facts and just include all this information in there. So, yeah.
And revise the plan with regards to the rear lots.
Yes, the proposed fencing and parking striping.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. If you're retaining the conditions that the community board had asked, and the proposal is to reduce the degree of the variance, for now, I'm okay to close the hearing. However, if the community board votes, otherwise that requires changes, we may have to open it for you to. Okay.
So we will reach out again to the community board today and update the board on when and if they're planning to schedule any meetings on this, any hearings. I'll reach out to them this afternoon.
Okay. And provide a little bit detail on the landscaping also, the kind of landscaping you're proposing.
Yeah, we have that on the proposed site plan.
Oh yeah, I do see the table. Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, commissioners, you're okay with closing it and wait for the community board vote, and based on that, we'll take the next steps. Okay. Motion to close?
So on a motion to close, Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
So please let us know when the community board has scheduled a vote, a hearing date.
Yes, absolutely.
And then based on that, a hearing date, decision date will be set up.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your input and your thoughtful comments on this.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Item number 22, 16795 BC, 12120 Springfield Boulevard, Queens. This is Daniel Ash. Mr. Ash, you want to join in? Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Are you by yourself, Mr. Ash?
I am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Ash.
You heard the board's comments?
Yes,
Please
I heard the board's
respond.
comments this morning. Thank you that you appreciate everything was clean The only thing that you mentioned in the earlier comments was about the barbed wire. I did already speak to the board of the cemetery, and they said, I told them earlier that I thought that was going to be an issue. They said they removed some of it. They were going to make sure that everything was removed, and then we could take additional photos and send it to the board after that. But they are committed to getting rid of all of it.
All right. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Ash, commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 16795BZ, 12120 Springfield Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are acknowledged, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I just have a question.
Sure.
Do they need to file an amendment to legalize their non-compliances, like the sliding gate between the subject and lot 101, the sliding gate between the subject and lot 87, and not having the interior chain link fence or the sliding gate parallel to the building, or the swing gate from the east side of the maintenance building? Because they want to keep those.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It is an extension of term, though.
It's just right now it's an extension of term, but Commissioner Otley-Brown asking if will that, since that's an amendment to the plan, would it be?
For some reason, I thought it was an amendment also. I must have just read it. Okay.
Is that right? Continued use of repair and maintenance. Okay, let me go to the statement of facts. Yeah, this is for an extension of term.
It was described in the statement of facts, but
It was, yes. I mean, that's
Yeah.
how I gathered you're proposing these
Mhm.
changes.
Yeah.
But typically what happens?
Usually if it's an amendment, you'd have to pay a fee and stuff. Carlo?
Can I ask you why that gate was asked to be closed? And what is the connection of that gate to the abutting lot? I'm just curious.
they had that gate there at one point, but had no need for it since it was just keeping parts of their site separate from other parts of their site.
Okay.
It's
Yes,
minimalist.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean, unless these improvements or
major, right?
if it's not speaking directly to a condition of the board, then the change, if it's de minimis enough, that doesn't necessarily have to rise to the level of an amendment. But I haven't had an opportunity to read through the board history on this.
I'm just looking through the resolution right now.
But again, this facility operates in conjunction with the cemetery. It's not a
Right.
standalone use group 16. It's for the maintenance.
This is an application to permit the lot concerning lot previously before the board and to include. So there seems to have been another BSA action for 1660 to include for lot 15, the continued use of lot 21 and a substantial portion of lot 1 for the maintenance and repair of the motor operated cemetery equipment or locker room. So Where is this plan? Mr. Asher, can you give a little bit more insight into the history as we are trying to?
It used to be one large lot, and then at one point we filed to break it up into 2 lots. That's why you can see from the approved plans, it showed the whole space and then showed the diminished in size lot 1, because they intend to make the other lot conforming as a cemetery in the future.
Mm-hmm.
That was the purpose of the subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
Just glancing through the board history as well.
We could take a look at this, Carl and I offline if you want to.
Yeah, and you can call me offline as well if you'd like to go over it.
Yeah, Mr. Ash, I mean, that's really what I would suggest. Again, is to look at the board's conditions and just to see if what is being proposed is contrary to a condition, then that's something that we can only consider as an amendment. If these are just, you know, de minimis internal changes or something like that, then perhaps it's as long as it's reflected on plan, I don't see the need then to raise it to that level.
Okay, yeah, I
We
don't
could explore
think
that together. That's fine with, you know, I'm happy to take a look with you. I apologize. I was kind of put on the spot right now. I wasn't ready to respond.
Same.
Tony throws me in every once in a while. I just like,
No, well, for
improvise
some
it.
reason, for when I read it, I thought it was an amendment and I thought
Yeah.
they had already done the application. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I didn't have a chance to look at the records.
okay.
I don't want to do it on the fly like this. But we'll discuss it offline, and then whatever is agreed upon, we'll pursue procedurally the correct way.
Yeah, as I'm looking at it, one of the things it says, the applicant has agreed that the out parcel portion of lot 1 as delineated on the BSA approved plan shall be subdivided from the subject zoning lot within 9 months, and this ground shall remain completely fenced off from the subject zoning lot, and any development shall conform and comply with the applicable residential district regulations. So
I'd say the fence that's referred to in that statement you just read, that fence is still there. It was
Okay.
just the interior fences that got modified.
okay. So, okay, let's not do this.
Yeah, let's not do this on record.
Yeah, go through this and I think it would be helpful if you can just clarify to the board whether this was part of a condition or was just something that functionally was proposed or something like that. Because it seems odd. Okay, all right. So I can't close on this. We need that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay. We will then schedule this for, I think our March calendar is heavy and so is our April. So we'll try for either towards the end of April or May. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Nope.
Okay, it was a good catch. Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown. Okay, let's go to the next case.
Sure. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 23, 2018-188A and 2018-189A is Dunton Avenue, Queens.
Who's related to this case, the applicant?
Alexia Landsman. I don't see her. Alexia.
Actually, do we need, oh, no, do we need? Because we are going to close it, right?
No, we're withdrawing, we're
sorry,
just
withdrawing.
withdrawing the Palermo Street project, GCL.
Right.
Okay, so we can, I don't think she needs to counsel. I mean, is it okay if we do that? Without her?
Yeah, it should be fine, but is she available? Is the applicant available? Sorry.
I don't see her. I'll call her.
All right, let's go to the next case while we wait for Miss Alexia Lansman.
Okay, so we'll second call this one. Item number 24, 2022, 36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
Right.
This is Ron Rosati. Join us, Mr. Rosati.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you don't need to be sworn in, Mr. Rosati.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Ron Rosati representing the applicant. I did hear your comments earlier. If I could share my screen just to go through the submission that I made on Friday, as well as some additional information that may help clarify some of the questions. I'll do that now. Okay, so we received this letter from, just confirm you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we received this letter from DOT late on Friday, and I did make a submission late on Friday. The letter from DOT states the application for 814 Richmond Terrace conflicts with the proposed bus rapid transit route that runs along Richmond Terrace in this area. They didn't provide any map with that, so I did look into this, and I submitted pages from the draft scoping document. This is page 8, figure 1, that shows the proposed alignment. Clearly, it shows it within the at-grade former North Shore Railroad right-of-way. Page 49 also shows it, the dark line here also shows it within the right-of-way, not on Richmond Terrace. In addition, this is the tax map. This is our site showing the Richmond Terrace widening line. Across the street is the right-of-way. You can see the word easement, and it might be clearer. I'll show the aerial of this. So this is the right-of-way of the former Staten Island Railroad, which became defunct in the 1950s, I believe. So if you look and kind of squint, you can almost see the old train track lines, but it is across the street from the site. And this is the Zola map. Again, it shows this is owned by the city for transportation and utility. So this is the right-of-way. It's across the street from, it's not Richmond Terrace. The right-of-way is across the street from Richmond Terrace, which the proposed BRT is proposed to be located in. And then lastly, here's an old an old Sanborn map that does show this is the site here. This is Richmond Terrace, and once again, across Richmond Terrace is the old Staten Island Railroad right-of-way. So it's not clear why DOT, I mean, it's clear that the old right-of-way has nothing to do with Richmond Terrace or our site. And I'll go back. Lastly, there was an article I submitted that does show that there's no funding for this BRT. It's estimated to cost $600,000. They're at a $600 million at a $500 million shortfall. And the funding would only be for planning or environmental review. I'd be glad to take any questions or go back to any of the maps I've shown, but it's not clear why DOT is stating that the bus rapid transit runs along Richmond Terrace. It clearly runs within the old right-of-way. For it to run along Richmond Terrace has no benefit because the buses would be stuck in traffic with the rest of the cars. The whole point of the bus rapid transit would be to utilize that old right-of-way. So once again,
but can I ask a question though? Wasn't the original bus rapid transit plan to widen Richmond Terrace going taking part of the southern properties to widen it. That's what I thought it was. So that you could create that bus line that goes along Richmond Terrace without disturbing the traffic. Am I incorrect? I'm willing to be incorrect. I just want to.
As far as, yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. But as far as I'm aware, and according to these maps, it's always within the former right of way. That's what I've found. And, you know, the documents that I've seen and I've submitted just show that they're in the former right of way. That never says Richmond Terrace or any of the widening areas on Richmond Terrace. I mean, to widen that area on Richmond Terrace, you would need to demolish numerous buildings. I'll just go back to the tax map and zoom in. You would need to demolish, you need to take a port. This is Snug Harbor Cultural Center. This is a New York City park and a landmark, I believe. Let me just try to zoom in here. Map type, tax map, to show the buildings. To actually widen Richmond Terrace, you would have to, this is the subject site, this is Snug Harbor, this is a New York City landmark, this would have to be demolished. All these buildings further down, I mean, I don't see how the city would ever have the funding to do that, but as I said, as far as I know, it's always been in the right of way to put the BRT.
Mr. Rosati,
Yes.
you've spoken to DOT about this before. How many interactions did you have with them about this particular widening line?
Well, you know, we have it, Commissioner, excuse me, Vice Chair. It was, this project was filed about 9 months ago, and the first DOT response was received Friday at 3 o'clock by myself, and I responded immediately. So that's been the only information we've gotten from DOT to date is that one letter with that one sentence stating that the BRT is within Richmond Terrace. But even if there's no funding for it.
No, I understand. We've reviewed, we've looked into it. I think it might be helpful if the project manager assists with the communication with DOT. I do want to give them a chance to respond to this. I certainly am, I was convinced by your response, and I think it was very detailed, but I would like to hear what DOT has to say, if anything at all, because there's a large discrepancy in the two statements between what DOT says and what you're saying. So I'd like to get some sort of consensus before moving forward on it. So if the project manager can aid in facilitating that conversation, that would be great.
And I
understand, Vice Chair. Thank you for that. I'm just concerned, you know, DOT.
Go ahead, Mr. Rosati.
I'm just saying DOT, you know, they took 9 months to come back with that one sentence response. I would just hope they could get a response a little sooner. This property owner, you know, the neighborhood's excited for this project. The owners are excited to move forward. So we would just hope that they could provide a response as soon as possible.
Right, I'll just say on the record that once we received this letter and the letter for the other case previous, we did reach out to the land use division at DOT, Ms. Stewart, to ask to provide documentation for this project. And the other projects, so sort of backup documentation to show us if anything was funded or anything. So Jolene will reach out again. I believe she provided your statement to Ms. Stewart. So we'll reach out again and see what we can do in getting a response and many backup documentation.
And I would also suggest these photos, these additional photos that and maps that you have just submitted, like I'm looking at the tax map that you have here and the other historic map. Those also would be very helpful if you can share with our project manager.
Yes.
To narrate the story of it's not just one site, it's several sites that would require acquisition in order to widen the bed. And the fact that the existing building is already within the bed of the map street.
I could provide that, no problem.
So I think these diagrams that you have provided additionally and wherever would help you. I think I am sympathetic towards the statement that you are making, and I can hear your frustration on it, but we do need to make sure that our sister agencies understand it, and maybe more providing this clarity would be helpful for them also.
I'd like to jump in also, because we have had a couple of cases on Richmond Terrace in this region, and in one of them they supplied the North Shore 2030 report, and I can share that if
sure.
Let's see. Just to note, I mean, this obviously does not mean that it is part of a capital plan or that there is funding, but there has obviously been a lot of work to produce this report, and there is some mention, and this is just where I hesitate because I don't know what the actual plan is for the right-of-way, but potential to relocate the former railroad right-of-way to facilitate, anyway, so we don't know what they want to do with the right-of-way, how they want to improve Richmond Terrace. They do talk about widening Richmond Terrace. So I think those conversations with DOT are going to be necessary, because there is other documentation talking about other wish lists for this neighborhood.
So as I'm looking at the note number 1, which is where the orange line, it says encourage the development of a vital corridor with appropriately scaled mixed residential and retail buildings south of Richmond Terrace. It doesn't seem like it's asking for tearing down, it's asking for more enhancement.
Right.
Similar development.
But if you look at improved connections and mobility, number 2, strategically widen Richmond Terrace, 2, and I think it's like provide more transit options, turn lanes, number 2.
Number 2 is provide wider sidewalks, bike lanes, more transit options, and turn lanes in support of new retail corridor.
Right, and which I believe that whenever we've had Richmond Terrace cases, community boards and neighborhood groups have always come and talked about a widening of Richmond Terrace Road. It's that roadway so that they could provide an express bus lane. I've heard that time and time again, that was the plan. And of course, that may be the plan, but as DOT has never funded the plan or gone forth with the plan, that's a whole nother issue, because that's been going on for like a decade or so, or maybe even longer. But it was the roadbed that they were talking about when they were talking about the widening, and it was almost always with respect to the southern side, which is the side that's going towards the Verrazano Bridge, and talking about widening that.
Right. So we definitely need the clarity as to what DOT is referring to, and what's the timeline of that, and if there is a capital plan specifically for that. I would take it one step further and ask you, there's nothing one can do for the portion of the building that is already extending into the bed of Map Street. But for the portion that is being proposed, is there any reason, I mean, I don't know, is that going to be a permanent structure, or is that going to be more of a temporary shed, like the kind that you see, when you have enclosed sidewalk cafes on city sidewalks? Is it going to be something like that?
No, I believe it's a permanent glass steel structure.
Okay.
And just to mention this, I did speak to the architect this morning. Even without that enlargement, we still believe we need the GCL 35 approval because of all the other work being done in the building and the new C of O.
That I understand, right? That's why I said you have a portion of the building that is already extending into the bed of Map Street. For that, you would need the GCL 36, and you're requesting additional. And I was wondering if that extension could be more of a temporary in nature, should at some point city does decide to widen it, then the amount of, investment or destruction or whatever you want to call it would be minimal, because it'd be easy to remove on everybody's part, and it doesn't take away from your ability to in the existing building.
Understood. I can ask the architect that question to see if it could be more of a temporary structure than a permanent structure.
Right. And if you can also, what is the width of the sidewalk on that portion of where the enlargement is proposed? Right now, it is what, 9 foot, 10 inches? Or would it, once you extend it?
1 second. I'm trying to open up the plan or the survey. It should have that on there.
On the plan, I don't, I see the converted, I think in the survey, it has the dimension of 9 foot 10 and something like, yeah, I think 9 foot 10 is what I see the dimension.
I just put it up on the screen if you can see. I think we're talking about if you can.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, that's proposed. Yeah, that would be the proposed. Right, the existing sidewalk now is inclusive of the enlargement area, so it's 15 point, almost 16 feet plus that additional area. But then it ends when you get to the next site, which is the landmarked house. So the sidewalk is the portion, I guess, closest to the roadway, although the other portion where it says concrete on the survey, that is, I guess, is a pedestrian could walk on that. So it's, and it is within the bed of the street at the moment, technically.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we need a little bit more clarity and some more information you can provide for DOT to understand your site consideration and proposal compared to that. And I would say, look into the possibility of providing more of a temporary shed. And I would say in the back of your envelope kind of thing, have an alternative where maybe it's reduced a little bit from 14 foot 7 inches to allow for whatever DOT considers to be a wide sidewalk provision, rather than you losing out all your possibilities providing for something. Just look at the various options.
Yeah, well, I agree, but without knowing what DOT's plans, I'd like to hear back from DOT.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just thinking ahead and laying out all the possible scenarios that you may want to look into before, so that you're ready to have
Understood.
alternative. Okay.
Okay, do we want to go to the community or?
Yeah, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2022-36A 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. You will, excuse me, enter webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only and press the pound sign only. When you are permitted in, you will, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak, not 9 minutes, 3 minutes to speak.
I would suggest on this one, definitely having the discussion with DOT. You should reach out, but if you need our office to help coordinate that discussion, do reach out to Mr. Costanza Angeline.
I definitely will. Thank you.
How much do you think you would need? I mean, we are now relying on DOT, so I think you'll need at least a month.
That's fine. I mean, submitting the maps that I presented, and I don't necessarily, I mean, I could discuss with the architect regarding temporary structure. I don't want to reduce it now. I don't know if you'd want me to submit an alternative.
No, don't. So I would say immediately submit additional information that you shared with us today, so that can be forwarded to DOT. So, and I would say do engage, start thinking about other alternatives. And this way you at least have alternatives ready should it go the other way. And it's up to you if you want to submit an alternative, and we review both depending upon DOT determination. If time is of the essence on your part, it's your call.
I think a month is plenty of time to provide an alternative, as well as get in the, I mean, the maps I'll submit immediately by tomorrow or the end of the week, that you could share with DOT. And I'd ask that BSA staff just reach out to them to try to get some clarification on that comment.
Noted. Yes. Okay. So 1 month. We will. It would be towards the end of April, early May.
Okay. Thank you.
And I cannot close at this point because this would be a critical part of the RGCL 36.
35.
Sorry, 35. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask one question? If DOT just continues by stating no, does that mean the BSA would have to deny this application?
I think I cannot speak for the other commissioners. My opinion would be then to lean towards something that is a temporary structure, which can be removed if and when DOT's plan to improve the bed of Richmond Terrace happens.
Understood. Thank you for that information.
That is, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the rest.
I understand. I understand.
Chair, he could also, the owner could also just assume that risk on their own.
It's a huge risk, but also remember that means city also has to. It's a big financial gamble. It's a big financial pay for city also to remove a permanent structure. And if we know the plan is more, maybe it's in phases, and maybe this particular phase, there's more of an investment than in the other phases of the right of way. Because this is closer to Snug Harbor, it is closer to the St. George ferry terminal. There's more of a pedestrian traffic that DOT may be looking at this section of Richmond Terrace before it's looking at the western end of Richmond Terrace. So, and those are the clarity we need.
Sure.
And that's why if there is a lot more of an aggressive timeline for this, then I would strongly suggest that we do not burden either the owner or the city with something that is going to come down.
Yeah, sure. But if it's something that is like as it has been for however so long that this has been as been filed, it could be tantamount to a taking if we don't allow them the owner.
Well, and the whole part of GCL 36 is 35 is to balance the city, the capital improvements. That's why it's before us. And of course, I'm not going to take away from the fact that we got this information very late in the day, after a year. I have no control on other agencies, but now that we have the information, we do need to look at it much more carefully. And I'm not taking away from, I don't think GCL 35 would be needed regardless in this case for the existing building even to be modified. So once that is needed, my recommendation would be to consider doing the rest temporary. And we have all gone to restaurants that have that enclosed opening that is sitting on the city sidewalk. And they're pretty permanent. They look permanent. They function very well as a permanent structure, but they are meant to be not permanent. And I think that can be done. And it's also glass finish. It has a similar treatment as what the developer here is proposing to do. It doesn't take away from their ability to function on this site as long as they want to, can, until the city is ready to take the next step. So I don't think we're taking his right.
No, I agree entirely.
We can otherwise.
I agree entirely. I think that'd be a good solution. I look forward to hearing what DOT has to say, so we get more clarity on it as well.
Okay. Okay, we will work with you. And I know I have offline, I've asked my team to kind of work with you in getting this. Now we are online. I'm saying this anyway. But we will.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate that.
All right, next case, please.
New case, item number 25, 2022 97A and 98A, 2019 215 Claremont Avenue, Staten Island. This is Phil Rampula. Please join us panelists. Mr. Rampula has raised his hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Philip L. Rampula.
Good afternoon. Is there anyone else with you, Mr. Rampula?
Yes, Peter Rampula.
I didn't see him in the room.
He's here. He's to my right.
Oh, he's next. I forget you guys do a group thing all the time. All right, you don't have to be sworn in. It's an A case. Go ahead, Mr. Rampula.
Okay, we attended the review session. We do have the DEC permit for the big lot in the back. And for our development, the wetlands are on the big lot in the back. I thought we submitted it already, but we will submit it. The other question was about the FEMA map. We will provide a FEMA map. That's not very difficult. The builder's pavement plan, well, let me get to the builder's pavement plan last. We will include a hardship statement in our statement of facts. And as to ownership, the owners do not own any other property either behind or next to them. They did at one time own all 3 lots, but have since deeded the big wetland lot to the Trust for Public Lands. And I think that made the community board very, very happy. As for the builder's pavement plan, 2 things. We have a builder's pavement plan that was started. And because we are at the dead end of Claremont before you make a left into Bellwood Loop, we are proposing that we have a 34-foot wide road. Right now, I think it's 32 and change. But we talked with the civil engineer who's doing the BPP, and we can have a 34-foot wide road, which would eliminate the need for sprinklers within the 2 houses. So I would like that opportunity to send you the BPP along with the other maps that you were looking for. I'm hoping that the fire department is on this Zoom today, and I'll make sure that the fire department gets the 34-foot wide builder's pavement plan also. I think that was it.
Okay. And you said you will revise the hardship statement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll need about 2 weeks. That's about it.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have much space in the calendars. It will be more like April, May, even June, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, our calendar is just getting really busy.
Oh,
But
maybe
you,
May.
yeah, May, Okay, May. All right. Miss Matias is saying May, maybe, then maybe
Okay.
we can.
We'll squeeze you in this.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we close subject to this information being submitted?
I think fire
Uh,
department has to respond.
Can you give us the FEMA map we requested during the hearing, please?
Sure.
Thank you. And also, do you have an answer to the question about immediately adjacent lots, whether any of them is included in common ownership with this one?
No, none of them.
Other than referenced in the application.
No,
Yeah.
none of them are to the left or
Thank
to the
you.
right or to the rear.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if you can just clarify all of that in your statement of facts also, that would be helpful, Mr. Rampola.
That's fine. And I would ask the fire department if they could assist in expediting the application through city planning, FDNY city planning.
Yes, sir. I was just about to write you an email, providing you with my email address to please send it and we'll expedite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Mr. Rampola, commissioners? Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2022-97A and 2022-98A, 209-215 Claremont Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, Steve, you'll put the screen up. Let me get the. Sorry, got it. Okay, dial 646-558-8656 or outside the city limits. Our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will then enter the webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak, and if you're calling on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak on this matter, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
I had a question. Did you get an approval from DEC for the permit, wetland permit?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll submit that also.
Okay. And what is the status on the DEP review?
The septic, there are no sanitary sewers in the area. So we have 2 septic fields, one for each 2-family dwelling. And the septic percolation tests have passed with DEP. We could submit those also.
Okay.
Tracy has her hand up. Ms. Benke has her hand up,
Yes.
sorry.
There was a DEC permit with plans submitted on February 22nd.
Thank you.
It's in the application folder.
Thank you, Tracy. I knew I did something.
February 27th?
22nd.
22nd.
Hold on. Why am I not seeing it? Okay, so DEC permit and DEC plan, that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. 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 Any of my other comments? Oh, and if you can please add a note, even though we're waiting for the flood map, if it is within a flood zone, just add a note stating that BSA is not waiving any regulations applicable to flood regulations.
We have on sheet 3 of 3, our special districts up in the right-hand corner of the drawings. And we list flood zone and we put out, meaning outside. Under general data, there are special districts There's so many on Staten Island that we're in the habit.
DOB shall ensure compliance with all other applicable provisions of the zoning resolution, the administrative code, and any other relevant laws under the jurisdiction, irrespective of the plan's configuration, not ready to relief granted.
I'm sorry, Chair, on the right side, under special districts.
Oh, low density growth manages and flood zone out. It's not in a flood zone.
Correct.
Wetland in. Natural area out. Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you.
But do provide the flood map. We like
Yes.
looking at.
Yes, we will. Belts and suspenders. I heard that more than once today.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Rampola, commissioners? All right, so.
And no one called in.
No one called in, so we'll schedule this for May.
Thank you.
Thank you.
BZ calendar, continued hearing items, item number 26, 2017-269 BZ, 65 Grasimere Avenue, Staten Island. A lot of Staten Island cases today.
Yep.
Todd, you're in? Mr. Dale? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Anyone with you, Mr. Dale?
Just me today, Tony.
Okie dokie. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Good.
Okay. We heard the review session. We're waiting for seeker and we'll respond accordingly once DEP completes its review. And Chair, I heard your comment about the statement. We'll review and update the statement as needed. I would just note just briefly that since this application was modified from its original filing and is really just a legalization application now and is not seeking to enlarge the site, that we believe we'll be able to note in the statement effectively that there will be no noise or air disturbance from the proposed legalization because it has actually been in operation for a few years with no issues, and the community board to recommend approval of the application. But we'll review the statement. And
but I do think the portion that is being legalized is the one that has the spray booth.
You are correct, and we'll adjust the statement. I was just saying that as a quick aside that we believe we'll be able to meet the findings.
Right. So understood. Just to again, because it goes towards the findings, so you do need to state that and that clarification that it's a legalization of existing and it's been operating, and you do have all the permits for the operation, but how it affects the neighborhood character still needs to be clearly stated.
We will definitely supplement what's currently in the statement. And I would just say, quickly, we can be very flexible with the board's calendar because I know that's always a question that comes up.
Okay. Is there anything outstanding from your end that the city agencies need to complete their review?
Not to my understanding. We submitted the revised, when the EAS was revised, it was revised to reflect that it was now a legalization, which I believe eliminated some of the initial DEP questions. But, we have to wait until we get the DEP response. So we'll see. But as far as current active items to submit, all that we would need to be submitting would be the statement. So, I don't know what the board's policy is with respect to closure or keeping the record open, but we're happy either way.
Yeah, I think on this one, I do need to see the statement of fact because that does go towards the findings. So I unfortunately cannot close until then. And so I need to keep it open for that reason. Otherwise, if all the findings were met, then we could have closed it and waited for the secret.
Understood. We're flexible with the calendar.
All right. Okay. Flexible. We will try to get it in maybe July. That will give enough time.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, really, it's just the DEP. Our only hope is, understandably, as you get from everybody, is that should everything be satisfactory at the next appearance, we're hoping for a quick turnaround on the if it's a close, a quick turnaround on the decision. So,
I think so. I think we're doing that.
okay.
So, okay. Any questions for Mr. Dave? All right, let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2017-69 BZ 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 1-888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. All right. So we will schedule just for July.
July? Okay.
Yeah. That will give plenty of time to get all the documents in place.
While we wait, I would just note, just briefly, with respect to Richmond Terrace, our office has applications pending, and if we can assist the board in resolving the issue generally, please let us know.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Dale. Okay.
May bring it up to the commissioner. DOT commissioner. Oh, who's that?
Whoa.
What is that?
Okay, it's 2 minutes.
Wait, 3, 4, 2, 1.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, Mr. Dale.
Okay, item number 27, 2020-14 BZ 34-10 12th Street, Queens.
All right, this is also Miss Arantia.
Good afternoon. Do I need to be sworn in again?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Are you by yourself, Miss Arantia?
Yes.
So raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard the comment earlier that a correction needed to be made to CC 100 of the complying conditions drawings. I relayed that to the architect, and I now have a revised plan sheet, and it shows consistently a scenario where a community facility would be 6,129.15 square feet. So we're ready to submit that corrected drawing set.
Great. Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think, I don't think the commissioners had any other questions. Let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2020-14 BZ 34-10 12th Street, Queens. If you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you are on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will be given 3 minutes in which to speak.
Okay. I guess you can submit the plan immediately. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close. And
So you submit a cover letter,
yes,
bubble plan, and a straight plan, and a clean plan.
we'll try our best to have it scheduled for April, but if not, May.
Okay, thank you.
Almost done.
Okay, make a motion to close.
Sorry. Hold on one second. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
last item, item number 28, 2022-15BZ, 5 Little Clove Road, Staten Island.
Philip L. Rampula.
You all by yourself, Mr. Rampula? How would Peter, I'm sure.
Yes,
Do you raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. So we listened to the review session. Chair, I'm pretty sure we submitted bubble plans. I'm not sure how they're filed, but they're in there. But
Okay.
we'll make sure that we send in the bubble set with the clean set.
Jealous hand is up. Don't you?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Prenga.
We only received one set of plans, but there were some bubbles on it. We need a clean set and a full bubbled set showing all changes.
That's fine.
Thanks.
We will comply.
Thank you, Mr. Rampula.
Not a problem. I do note that we do have the note on the lumen spread diagram, as Ms. Brenger, I think, pointed out, that fixtures mounted as noted, fixtures to be orientated down and away from adjoining residences. And we will make sure that we have no more than 2 foot candles, which I think we have less at the
Yeah,
property.
and that's fine. Keep it that way. If that's what you have, keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only other question I had was the EAS conditions to have in-wall air conditioning units for makeup air, for fresh air. That's not the only way to get fresh air into the building. We are using an HVAC system that does incorporate fresh air as the system is on, and we don't need individual in the wall units for each room. So I guess it's really for Tracy, that question, that if we notice that we
Yeah,
have,
that was in the DEP letter. I'm not sure why, so we can confirm with them.
yeah, it's a very unusual statement for them to make.
Okay.
I think that was it for the, unless I missed something, I think that was it.
Okay. All right. Do those notes need to be included into the plan, Ms. Benke? I'm assuming so, right?
Yes, once we finalize.
Right. Do we have any other outstanding comments from other agencies?
No.
No, so the noise and air quality are the only ones.
Yes, we got an LPC sign off as well.
Okay, great. So I would say, once we have a clarification as to the alternate means of ventilation, that's what the issue is, right?
Yes.
Then the notes can be revised to reflect that accordingly.
Tracy, can I put down the note that they want and then add on to it or approved equal? Not to delay time with DEP, because I know it takes a very long time to get anything out of them.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Can you repeat the alternative language, Mr. Rampola?
An approved alternate equal in a closed system HVAC system that's your normal rooftop units. You can have a percentage of fresh air that is incorporated into that system. So they say they're taking recirculated heated air and they're cooling it, but they also take 10 or 15% of fresh outside air. And that's normal and customary because you always want to have fresh air interchange within the building.
Mm-hmm.
What the DEP said is because we don't have operable windows, they want us to put in the wall units like those Mitsubishis or a regular air conditioning system so we get fresh air in, but that's not the only way to solve the problem. And aesthetically, it looks pretty bad. And it's not something that we would want to do.
Okay. All right. I think I'm okay with that language and approved alternative equal.
Okay.
We'll try to check with them as well.
Yeah, before you make revision and submit the plan, Mr. Rampola, please coordinate with the project manager in Ms. Benke.
Of course. Yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Rampola? Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2022-15 BZ, 5 Little Clove Road, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 1-888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 823-8868-6986 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak if you are calling on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this project on Little Clove Road, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close.
Thank you very much.
And we will try to schedule this for decision in sometime in April or early May. Our calendar is getting filled up.
Yes, thank you.
So please make the submission prior to the date of hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we have to recall.
recall?
You're done, you're done.
No
Mr.
vote on the-
Rampulla.
Close. We need
Oh,
to
I'm
close.
sorry. Oh, sorry, getting ahead of myself.
Vote
I
on the close,
apologize,
right?
Mr. Rampulla, trying to cheat you out of it, so. Okay, sorry, we're still on 5 Little Clove Road. Apologize. You want to make the motion to close, Chair Shonda?
Yes, motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go back to item number 23, 2018, 188A and 189A, Dunton Avenue, Queens. The applicant is okay with us withdrawing those prior cases without her in presence. She's out of the country, unfortunately.
Okay, all right.
So we will be withdrawing the GCL 36, which was initiated under calendar numbers 2018, 184A through 187A for Palermo Street.
Can you repeat the numbers?
2018, 184A and through 187A. This is for Palermo Street or Avenue, whatever. It's Palermo
Okay.
Street. Sorry, Palermo Street.
Okay, thank you. Motion to withdraw?
Motion to withdraw. Chair
For the
Shonda,
GCL, for only GCL 36.
only for GCL 36. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Director Matias, I just want that it just be, make sure that the record is corrected in the database, that these were withdrawn as of today.
Yes, I will do that immediately after this hearing. So, we don't have to go back to the public or anything, right? No. Okay, so this concludes the public hearing for March 13, 2023. We'll resume tomorrow with the rest of the calendar.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.